You're prompt on the phone. What's your name? Oh my God, man.
When I say hododio, you say aho. Hododio, aho. Hododio, aho. Indina me. Good morning. Today is
winter.
It's not winter. Today is World Hearing Day, but coincidentally, this headgear is called togbenya. To is ear, gbe means to refuse, and nya is matter. So when you don't want to hear anything, you just cover your ears. Togbenya. That's what I'm wearing. Togbenya.
Togbenya.
Yekwima. Yema. Afwan. Welcome to the show. This is day 3 of our Heritage Month on GTV. You can call me Efo Kofi. Yeah, and I'll respond. And yeah, we've got a big show for you. I'll be teaching you how to do gari. We say gali, we don't say gari. Gali photo. We're going to gali photo on the show. We've got music with Stephanie Benson at the tail end of today's show. And what's happening? What's happening? I'm
a queen from a Ga community today. Iwo gamanye Jimmy Mwene. Mimba nyefenye de manye. So when you are a queen and you are greeting, you have to offer the peace. But when you are receiving, you receive the peace. Okay. So as a queen, I can say mi hanye manye. Okay. So I'm giving you peace. And then you respond, Omanye ablao. Let the peace come back to you.
Omanye ablao. Cha.
Omanye ablao. So Omanye is glory, is all the good stuff. So when we say Wonghanye manye, it means we are bestowing the peace upon you, and then you respond Omanye ablao. So today I'm a proud Ga manye. And I'm greeting all people who are Ghanaian of Ghanaian descent. We are greeting all people who are Ghanaians and indeed the rest of the world. It's GTV breakfast made possible by Awake Purified Water and Adonko Next Level Energy Drink. Today, you know, the Queen is in, the Gary photo is in, and there's food and there's music, and it's all just a perfect breakfast.
All right, coming up is the news with Maltiti. We've got sports at 7, and then from Ukraine to Ghana, a true story. Hashtag GTV breakfast. Hododio.
Dasiba, good morning. Thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast News at 6. I am Maltiti Saida Sadek. I'm looking like a bride in the Dagbon Kingdom this morning. We'll be looking at the Fix the Country convener and what the court is saying, and also Independence Day Awards for BEC students. Let's start off with the court. The Supreme Court has struck out an application thought to quash a High Court decision on Fix the Country convener Mr. Oliver Barker-Vormawor, who is currently in court over the charge of treason felony. But the High Court on February 17 refused a habeas corpus application for the Inspector General of Police and the Attorney General to appear before the court to justify the continued detention of Mr. Barker-Vormawor.
The application was struck out after lawyers for Mr. Oliver Barker-Vormawor withdrew same following an unsuccessful attempt to argue out their case before the 5-member panel of judges presided over by Justice Jones Doche. The court, through Justice Yoni Kolendi, wondered why lawyers for the applicant did not apply for bail for him at the High Court but decided to file an application at the Supreme Court. According to the court, the main aim of the lawyers was to seek the liberty of the applicant and not to file for applications. The lawyer for the applicant, Dr. Sremsai, answered that he was following the instructions of the applicant, but the court reminded him that as a lawyer, he was to guide his client. A member of the panel, Justice Gertrude Zokono, told the lawyer that this was not to engage in intellectual arguments when the liberty of his client was at stake. She asked the lawyer to take steps to secure bail for him. Dr. Sai then withdrew the application and prayed the Apex Court to grant Mr. Oliver Barker-Vormawor bail. A Deputy Attorney General, Ms. Diana Asuna-Badapa, said the state may not be opposed to bail, but the right procedure should be followed, which was for the application to be put before the High Court. The Supreme Court said Although the Constitution granted it power to give any order, including bail, it will set a bad precedent if it granted bail. The court then advised counsel to go to the High Court for bail. Lawyers for the social activist filed an application at the Supreme Court on February 23, 2022, seeking an invention of the court to quash the decision of the Tema High Court refusing an application for habeas corpus on Mr. Oliver Barker-Vormawor, who has been charged with treason felony. The application also sought an interpretation of Article 14, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution, which provides that it is wrong for the police to put an accused person before a court which does not have jurisdiction to determine matters relating to the personal liberty of an accused person.
There's a crusade to decriminalize petty offences. Some legal experts say some of the laws criminalizing petty offences in African countries, including Ghana, were inherited from colonial dispensations and modern times, demand the removal of the criminal classification. Opening a forum in Accra, the Deputy Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Mr. Alfred Tuayebua, called for broader consultation on the matter amid calls for its review and amendment.
In 2003, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights adopted the Ouagadougou Declaration and Plan of Action on Accelerating Prison and Penal Reform in Africa. The plan of action was to encourage African countries to decriminalize petty offences in their respective countries to address overcrowding in prisons. Only a few African countries, including Nigeria, Uganda and Malawi, have taken steps to implement the plan of action. In Ghana, common nuisance, idle and disorderly behavior, loitering and offences against public morals are classified as petty offences and are criminalized in the Criminal Offences Act 30, 1960. And are called punishment because experts say the laws on petty offences are vague, arbitrary and highly dependent on police discretion for arrest and therefore encourage police corruption and unlawful detention. At a forum in Accra, a former commissioner of Shraj, Justice Emil Short, said the courts must be empowered to impose non-custodial sentences rather than sentencing people to serve jail terms for petty offences.
You must first decide what you consider to be petty offences in our criminal code, which disproportionately affect the poor and vulnerable. You must then consider whether decriminalization of those offences will alleviate the serious issue of congestion in our prisons.
The General and Minister for Justice, Mr. Alfred Tuayebua, recommended careful steps in dealing with a review of the law on petty offences.
It is important to emphasize that while efforts are made to reassess the impact of this minor offense on vulnerable persons, this is not to suggest that public safety should be sacrificed and public order dismantled. The definition of crime is a subject in which much members of society are invested. It is a means by which public safety and protection of property is safeguarded.
The forum has a theme: decriminalizing petty offences, the state, the offender, the society.
Now, students who excelled during the 2020 Basic Education Certificate Examination have received an Ayiko applause from President Akufo-Addo at the President's Independence Day Awards ceremony held in Accra. And to the President, transforming Ghana largely hinges on transforming her human resources and therefore the determination of his government to continue to invest in education.
They have a dream and have kept their faces towards the sunshine. For these students who put up a sterling performance during the 2020 BEC, nothing is impossible. The threats posed by COVID-19 did not deter them on the education path, but were determined to go that extra mile to have their names written in gold on the list for the President Independence Day Awards. The Minister for Education, Dr. Yawaduchum, commended teachers and parents of these students for their yeoman's job. He was also grateful to Nestle for sponsoring the awards for the past 30 years.
Independence Day Awards recognize and rewards academic excellence and inclusive education by recognizing students, including students with additional educational needs. Recipients of today's President Independence Day Award are the 2020 overall Best Male and Female students from public schools in the 18 regions, who were selected based on their raw scores obtained from the West African Examinations Council's BECE.
President Akufo-Addo advised the award winners not to be conceited by this feat, but rather see it as the beginning of greater things.
Government believes strongly that the knowledge and talent are not for the rich and privileged alone, and that free secondary education widens the gates of opportunity for every child, especially the development of those whose talents are arrested because of poverty. I urge you not to allow your current successes to get you ahead, because this is only the beginning. Continue to work hard in order to maintain your standards. Know that you can go as far as you want by remaining diligent, hardworking, and holding on to a strong moral compass. Honesty and integrity are important values in any worthwhile existence.
He also announced that from this year, students in government TVET institutions will benefit from the free SHS package.
Government tends to continue to deepen the education of our population so as to attain our industrialization. This means there will be increasing emphasis in our educational system on science and technology education and technical and vocational training. In addition to the ongoing construction of the Accra STEM Academy, government has commenced the construction of 20 science, technology, engineering, and mathematics centers across the country, with all 20 at various stages of completion. The completion of 9 model senior high schools across the country is imminent. And this year, government will expand the free senior high school program to cover all first-year students in public TVET institutions.
Ghana has launched a national ASEA Center at the Kotoka International Airport. The National ASEA Center will monitor and provide data on gold exports and ensure accountability and transparency. The Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, said with the center to test the purity of these precious minerals, Ghana will now get the real revenue from its gold and other mineral exports.
Necessary to make sure that any minted gold meets the required purity standards and content. For players, understanding gold grades and gold purity through accurate gold assaying is key to profitable gold mining, gold refining, and gold bullion products production. Prior to 2018, obtaining real-time data on gold exports in the country was difficult, but according to the Precious Mineral Marketing Company, PMMC, since the introduction of the National ASEA, the country has up-to-date data of millions of gold exported. The National ASEA is to ensure transparency, accountability, and increase revenue mobilization from the country's natural resources. It gives live detail of the ounces of gold exported, the value, the amount of tax generated from it, and the destination country. The managing director of PMMC, Nana Kwesi Ewa, said the National ASEA will help check all gold exports, cut fraud, and promote efficiency.
Since the commencement of the National Assay Program till date, PMMC has been able to assay a total weight of gold of about 18 million ounces at an estimated total value of USD $27 billion. Out of this figure, the ASM sector accounted for about 6.6 million ounces, valued at $9.2 billion, representing about 40%, while the large-scale sector accounted for 11.3 million ounces, valued at $17.9 billion.
The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Samuel Jinapo, outlining the digitization processes in the natural resources sector, said the National Gold Refinery is ready.
This refinery is timely as the Bank of Ghana commences the purchase of gold domestically to shore up its reserves and contribute to the retention of the value of our mineral resources. Working with the Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders, we have also initiated the processes of securing a London Bullion Market Association LBMA certification to enable us easily export and trade our refined gold on the international market.
The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, said the digitalization of the National Assayer is to help governments independently to verify all gold earmarked for export and help the country to get the actual value of its natural resources.
Digitalization has now made it possible to generate assay certificates which have unique security features. These unique features will make the certificates difficult to forge by gold scammers to facilitate their dubious schemes. Digitalization has also now made it possible to monitor in real time gold exports passing through the assay laboratory.
Christened digitalization, revenue assurance for enhanced transparency in natural resources value chain, it is believed that the country can now keep track of the exact amount of her gold exports.
Delegates at the Maiden National Labour Conference have called for the single spine pay policy to address inequalities in public sector wages. The two-day conference held at Kwehun Kwetia in the Eastern Region discussed issues including the state of the economy, conditions of service of public sector workers, public sector salaries, labour productivity, among others. The Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Baumia, who closed the session, said the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic have caused fiscal constraints on the part of government, urging labour unions not to take entrenched positions in their demands.
A communique issued dubbed the Kwewu Declaration urged government to immediately eliminate waste in government expenditure, including completing existing projects, and instead enforce sanctions in the Financial Management Act, as well as plug loopholes and subsidize petroleum products and water. The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, said government is committed to implementing the communique and would continue to exhibit political will, trust and engage in social dialogue based on respect of the fundamental rights of workers and employers.
Government is committed to turn around of the economy and will do all it can to restore the economy from the devastating shackles of COVID-19 and other global threats that we are seeing. We remain focused on improving the public sector efficiency, rationalizing public expenditure, enhancing internal revenue mobilization, deepening the country's digital footprint, and supporting the growth of the private sector.
The Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, Mr. Ignatius Bafwewa, called on organised labour and employers to work with government for the maintenance of microeconomic stability and build a sustained, resilient economy.
The outcome of the National Labour Conference should bring us to the point where we find a good balance that enables us to meet the demands of labour without compromising microeconomic stability, growth and social protection. The tripartite constituents, i.e. government, organised labour and employers, should work together at all times through social dialogue towards peaceful industrial relations as a prerequisite for the maintenance of microeconomic stability.
Conference brought together representatives of government, organized labor, and members of employers' associations across the country.
The National Media Commission, in accordance with Article 168 of the Constitution and subsection 2.1e of the National Media Commission Act 1993, Act 449, and in consultation with the President, appointed the following persons to the governing boards of public corporations managing the state-owned media. The statement signed by the Executive Secretary, Mr. George Sapong. And now let's move to the international front, where the delegation of the European Union to Kenya has denied reports of discrimination against Africans leveled at member states bordering Ukraine. A statement from the bloc said more than 200 Kenyans were stranded in Ukraine due to Russia's invasion. The EU said it regrets the incorrect and skewed media reporting on the issue that has repeatedly appeared in various Kenyan outlets and social media, and calls for careful verification of facts. It says the EU embassies present in Kenya are ready to provide accurate data. Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania have granted unrestricted access to those fleeing the conflict neighboring Ukraine, including Kenyans. The EU said, contrary to some media reports, those Kenyans who have arrived at the borders have been assisted and allowed to enter safely into EU member states. Numerous African students in Ukraine have shared stories of being blocked by Ukrainian security agents from leaving the country. Ukraine is not a member of the EU. The African Union has condemned the reports of discrimination. The EU mission to Kenya says out of 350,000 refugees who crossed into Poland between the 24th and 28th of February, there were 7,721 Africans, 8 Kenyans. It added that an extra 4,150 people from 40 African countries have crossed into Slovakia in the last 4 days. That is how we end the news on GTV Breakfast. That's how we end the news on GTV Breakfast. I am Maltiti Saida Sadiq. Up next is Keep an Eye, and Telma is standing by to bring that to you. Need to mapam. Thanks for staying on. This is a GTV Breakfast. We are celebrating Heritage Month on the show. The whole of this month, so we'll be dressed up in some of our iconic Ghanaian costumes so that we learn to appreciate our culture and celebrate our beauty and diversity. Today, I'm representing a Gamanye. So, Ojeko, Mimba de Manye Gamanye, na Dede Omandro III, who was crowned Queen
mother of the Ghana state in 1963, and she served her time so creditably. Gamanye Mimbao de Manye Mawu Ajobu Babao. 5 years ago, she left the shores of Ghana to the U.S. and she came back recently to a rousing welcome. Her sense of discipline and her appreciation of Ghana culture is respected worldwide. Gamanye Mingabo. This is Keep an Eye, and we are celebrating another strong Ghanaian woman in the person of Afua Sutherland. So if you read The Marriage of Anansiwa in school, or you've read any of her plays, then you know what an iconic director and playwright she is. Jay Gabra will be doing us the honors.
Hello everyone and welcome. It's still hashtag GTV Breakfast. It's Heritage Month, and on Keep an Eye this morning, on legacies that have impacted our cultural heritage. And speaking of legacies, we all know who Afua Sutherland is. If you are not aware, I don't know which rock you have been living under, but she was a whole lot. She was an educationist, she was a writer, she was a director, she was an activist, and so much more. So in interacting and telling you about the legacies that Ghana has produced over the years, I have none other than Professor A.C. Sutherland Addy, who is also a legacy herself, who is here to brief us about who her mom was. So help me welcome Prof. Good morning and welcome. It's hashtag GTV Breakfast. How are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Talking about me as a legacy makes me feel kind of old, but yeah.
Well, it is what it is. So are we speaking as Heritage Month?
Yes.
Yeah. So you are the one what your mom exemplifies for the country.
My mom was died in the wool Ghanaian. She was an out and out nationalist and Africanist, Pan-Africanist also. That's in terms of her philosophy. But she's left a legacy with respect to teaching of English and Ghanaian languages. She's left a legacy with writing of plays, stories, essays, and also textbooks for Ghanaians, children and adults. She had left a legacy of caring for children, and she was the first chair of the National Commission on Children, and the commission was responsible for Ghana being the first country to sign Convention on Children's Rights in the world during her time. She also left the legacy of drama, the use of drama as part of national development, and she established the Ghana Drama Studio, which eventually she ceded to the University of Ghana. And the spot where the Ghana Drama Studio is the place where the National Theatre is now. The drama studio was rebuilt on the campus of the University of Ghana to make sure that that icon to theatre, not only in Ghana but in Africa, was left. She also brought about the idea of Panafest, which was then taken up by the government and celebrated since 1992. So she's done a lot, but one of the things that she was very adamant about was that children must have a place to play, because play is very important for learning and for the growth of children and for their understanding of their environment. And so when she was chair of the Commission on Children, they set up a series of models of what they called park library complexes. So there was one at Ridge, which is now called the Afua Sutherland Park. There was one in Amakum in Kumasi, which is now overtaken. I mean, it's weeds and thieves, and it's a very sad.
I didn't know caretakers for the place. No.
It's really gone down. And then there was one at Chichire in the eastern region, one in Gomwa Asin in the central region, and these models, and then one in Teshinungwa Estates. They were vibrant playgrounds for children. There were drama programs, reading programs, mobile science labs, mobile libraries. It was just, you know, that was her concept. Unfortunately, they've run down. All the parks, you know, have run down, you know, in 1996, the Ridge Park was named after her, and it's now become the Efua Sutherland Children's Park.
Yeah. When you say it's run down, it reminds me, it brings me to this maintenance culture as Ghanaians.
Yes.
That doesn't mean we don't have it.
We have a lot of difficulty with the maintenance culture, and we've got to try and understand how Ghanaians see various types of spaces. That's public space, community spaces, and how our institutions are also sometimes underfunded in that area, so that they can't really do, you know, what they expect to do. But it's very sad, you know.
Very sad.
Yeah.
And speaking of maintenance culture and all that, I saw an online petition about Save the Efua Sutherland Children's Park. For most people, they know it as an event center. I don't know, maybe for you it means much more. And I also like to ask, if you are saving the Efua Sutherland Children's Park, does that mean the custodians currently are not doing a great job?
You see, the Efua Sutherland Children's Park has from time to time been threatened, you know, by various private and public institutions wanting to put buildings there, and, you know, sort of seeing it as prime land which should be used for something better, if that's the way you feel.
Maybe a 20-story building.
Something, you know, and so there's been a lot of moments where interventions have had to be made to ensure that the park remains a park. Most cities, big cities around the world, have huge parks in the middle of the cities in order to ensure that the urbanization and the building does not affect the climate and the environment, and also to ensure that people in the city can go somewhere for their own sanity. I mean, if you live and work in buildings that are all closed off all the time, and so you have to get out and go somewhere. You know, so the Efua Sutherland Children's Park is the only, you know, public park left in this city. If we don't, you know, all come together and ensure that it remains a park, it can be beautified, it can be made more, you know, sustainable, and so on and so forth. But we must ensure that it doesn't get built up. So that's what the idea of saving the children's park is.
We have to make the park work.
We have to make the park work. So that's what we're trying to do.
On the 26th of March.
26th of March, yes, from 10 a.m.
From 10 a.m. Ebusia Fun Day.
Yes, Ebusia Fun Day. Thank you very much. Yes.
So for now, this is all time will allow us for. It's Heritage Month, so we are just digging into some of the personalities who have helped forge Ghana to where it is presently. So we'll be speaking to Professor A.C. Sutherland Adi, and she's also a lecturer at the University of Ghana, giving us a brief about the titan her mom was. So this has been Keep an Eye. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Jay Gabra. Sincere thanks to Madame Efua Sutherland for honoring that invitation for a sit-down iconic woman. And as we celebrate our heritage on Ghana Month in March, the story will not be complete without mentioning our literary giant. So good morning, Madame Grace Noti Gafomo Bikpakpaku Wongabu. And at 7, Motiti will come back to dish some sports. But for now, after the break, we are going to perhaps my favorite part of the breakfast show all week is the food part. Yes, where there is food, there's Thelma. And my namesake, Thelma, will be sitting with Kaf to show us the easiest Gari Photo recipe. Stay with us.
Studio One. This is the breakfast show.
Today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie. Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and
planned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The show was a jar or bar anyone concrete dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Woman malaria and kawan to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a cope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a 2 malaria sententem. FDA, I should say a dead in Kratway Ajatum.
Hey, tell me what? Tell me what? Hey, tell me what? Tell me. Beer.
Then ma will worry me. Watch me, you come one week, Mr. Oh. Now,
Buga, nothing. Senior, name me a new more cut down. My business is a collapse. I'm out of banks.
So, take quick credit, Inka.
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who Pesika? Eddie start here, you may be. We here be seeing Eddie a true UDM. We are government and a private worker. Who Pesika they are till hot so. We are Busumi Juma. Who here Sikadia loan and what you are like a cracker. Now, a little some Cassian said. A collateral free loaner, susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBL. The here say, Ghana card. 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now 1 hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. But see na quick credit take us auto.
Hey, over there. Hey, ha, ha, hey, and man sit then cry. Tabia takum, wedi a member ye don't know, a me and Yahweh, and Yahweh ye, I am Memedro, and Nutina Berma be a here below. I am Memedro, my Berma be a wedding fear do what Chaco. We are ready to do Tombia, and chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and herbal shops beer. I was gonna hand me beer, and not say fraying. I was 0T43 6 61 and 0245 749206.
FD I just had in Katuya too.
I said, Tabia Takumia, Bemabia.
What do you want to mean? Aho, 6:35. And I want to teach you a little song before we do our Gary business, or Gali as we say it in the word. So this is for children, okay? Afivile, megaide dolamo. Afivile, megaide dolamo. Model afima, she papa tre daddy. Afivi is a small mouse. It's a little mouse. And do is a hole. So basically the child is telling the mouse, don't go into the hole because papa has set a trap for you. Model afima, she papa tredari. Day 3 of GTV celebrations. And I'm here with Davi Talma. You know, Davi it's a beautiful way of just showing respect to women. So when you say Davi, it's like little mother, but it's almost like a sweetie or nice lady. So Davi Talma, how are you doing?
Very well. Trying to say ever like
F1. Agba me in a Gali. We will say Gali, we don't say Gary. We say Gali. So Gali time.
Yes.
You're gonna make something for me?
Yes.
All right. So while she gets, I get ready. I just want to introduce you to Thelma. If you don't know her, she is the CEO of the College of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management.
So say that in 10 times.
Yes, and they have something. They have something that we'll be talking about towards the end of the show, which is happening this month. Okay. So tell me what's happening.
We're gonna make Gali photo.
Gali photo. You can say Gary, me I'll say Gali. Gary photo.
With vegetables and seafood.
Okay.
Yes.
So for those of you who don't know, Gari or Gali is made from cassava and it's a popular food West Africa, all the way to Cameroon. You know,
Yes.
yeah, that's almost like Central Africa.
Yeah, it's
And
a
you can-
very versatile.
Very
commodity.
versatile. This is the original fast food.
Yes.
You can
Yes.
hot water, cold water, dry,
Dry.
with stew, with soup.
Yes.
This is the fast food. Forget about your fried rice and chicken.
So
Gari.
we have our gari here. I soaked it a little bit just to make it hydrated.
Okay.
So that when you put the other things in, it's able to keep the moisture. My word.
Okay. Yeah, moisture.
So
this is tuna.
Yeah, tuna. Tuna chunks. Just gonna add a bit to it, right? Then I have onions. Some just
Sabala. We say sabala in the
Okay.
Yeah.
Sabolai.
Yes, Ghana we say
Nga,
sabula,
yes.
sabolai.
So we add, and the stew. I have my stew already. here.
Atadi. Atadi is stew.
Taji.
Yes.
So we're gonna add our taji with tuna, some eggs.
Okay. Kokloji is egg.
Yeah. Oh, kokloji. Okay.
Kokloji,
I'm learning,
egg.
I'm learning, I'm learning.
Ami is oil.
So we're just going to mix it in.
I want to do some.
Oh, you do that. Then.
Yes,
I can
yeah,
leave
my
you.
water, my water.
Yes. And whilst he's doing that, I already prepared our seafood, so I could just show it to you.
Okay.
We have grouper, that has been fillet or fillet.
Okay.
Then we have our squid.
Okay.
Then we have
our
shrimp.
Okay, bolu.
Yes.
Okay.
So I've already prepared it. So with the grouper, I filleted it, added a bit of spices to it. No flavor enhancer, you know, I'm against that.
Okay.
So that, and I put flour on it, and I shallow fry. Shallow frying simply means just in a little oil, right? Then I melted some butter, a little bit of garlic, and that's it.
And that's good to go.
Yeah, and that's good to go. And with our squid, I marinated the same spices, then toss it in a little butter. And here we have, and the same thing I did with the shrimp too.
Okay.
So yes, and seafood goes very well with lemon. So I'm gonna take some lemon.
Lemon, right?
Yeah, wedges of lemon that I've already cut.
Okay, so in the, that's donchi. Donchi is lemon. In the
Yes. Do you think we need more? I think we need more stew.
More stew?
Yes.
So let me bring it over.
Oh, I'll bring it to you.
All right, thank you.
See?
Awesome.
Yeah, we're working hand in hand.
Yeah. There we go.
So that's it. Then we have our vegetable that I've already prepared. It's cabbage, carrots, onions, and green pepper.
Okay.
That will go with garifota and sambal.
Okay.
And you can't eat, you need something to drink. So I made us sobolo or bisap, which comes from the hibiscus plants,
Okay.
dried one. And I infused it with cucumber and mint.
Awesome.
Yes, so we're gonna have that.
Are you able to produce that right now, or you've made it already?
I've made it already.
Okay, awesome.
I've made it already. So, sorry, I'm just gonna take it out and just pour it into. I'm gonna take it right here. Pour it into mixture.
So while we're talking, I mean, why do you think gari is so popular, not just in Ghana, but all around West Africa?
Because price-wise, it's pretty good, and you could do a lot with it. Like it's very versatile, and also when you eat it, because it has fiber, you don't get hungry so quickly.
Okay.
So it's very versatile.
It's the favorite. I'm not asking you to be a stowaway, but the stowaways like gari. They take gari along with them. They sit in the ship 2 weeks there in Europe, and they survive just on gari. It's a very versatile.
Yeah,
food.
it's very versatile.
You can let's count the ways that you can cook gari. So dry on its own.
Yes.
Then you can use what, hot water?
Yeah, to make the eba, as the Nigerians do.
Good.
Yes.
You can use the cold water. There are two ebas, right? The hot water eba and cold water eba.
Well, yeah, I prefer the hot water.
You prefer the hot one?
Yeah, because that binds it.
And I see some people even do it like banku.
Yes,
they cook it.
Yeah, they cook it.
Okay.
Because there's starch in it, so you could cook it. Yeah. So I prefer to cook it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the way if you went to boarding school in Ghana, you know that gari was a student's companion.
Oh yeah, with our shito.
With our shito.
Oh, and a sardine. You can. Oh wow. Yes, that's it.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a very versatile commodity to have it in the house.
And I remember you could just mix it with sugar and some granules and just keep it like a dry snack.
Yes, but I like it when you add the milk to it too.
Okay.
It's really nice.
Really nice.
Yes.
You can add Milo as well.
Yes. Yeah, and if you want to really go, you could take some desiccated coconut. Is just coconut that you've just grated it.
Okay.
Right, you just put it in the oven a little bit.
Oh,
then
okay.
you could just sprinkle on top of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that about gari.
See?
Desiccated?
Yeah, desiccated.
Okay, nice. Any more ways? I mean, for those of you who are watching, what are the fun ways that you can make
Yes.
Yeah, help
yes,
us with
yes,
your own Gary recipes, okay? 055-556-1034. We want to see how creative you are.
This is mint. I want you to try it.
Okay, so what do I do? How do I try it?
Just take one.
Okay.
And just
chew it?
Just chew it.
Like a goat.
Well, I didn't say that. It's really, isn't it very refreshing?
This is the stuff they put in toothpaste.
Yes, this is stuff they put in toothpaste.
So is this like a mouth freshener?
It's a mouth freshener. So when someone comes over your house and they finish eating like this seafood, you can have some mint. Chew it and it just refreshes your mouth.
This is the healthy alternative to chewing gum or
yes. And we have our normal bisap drink, right?
Okay.
But cooking is all about adding flavors that complement each other. So try it out. It might not work. If it doesn't, think of something else. So it's just the normal, and I've infused it with cut slices of cucumber and mint, just to extract from it, infuse it, and give an extra depth of flavor.
Okay.
So that's it.
And this is a real Ghanaian dish.
It is real Ghanaian. Everything is Ghanaian. Everything is Ghanaian. Our Gary photo and everything is here. So
before you serve me, let's talk a little bit about the Gary. So you've told us how versatile it is and how you can use in different recipes. Why do people think it's poor man's food or poor woman's food? Why does Gary have that
because usually
reputation?
Gary is, people give it to their dogs. You know, you just add something to it. So, and it's so cheap. When you have some, you don't value it, right? And people think, oh, it's for low class people and for people who are starving, but it's very nutritious. If you want to lose weight and all that, it's good for your digestive system and all that. Yes, because of the fiber that has in it. And it has some vitamins in there too, vitamin C, B. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good.
You know what? I'm looking forward to the day somebody opens a Gary restaurant where everything
would be awesome.
Everything Gary, from the snacks to the bar to the photo to everything.
You know the interesting thing? Let a foreigner come and do it. You see how we flood over there.
We'll go there.
Yeah, that's how we are. We don't appreciate what we have.
Oh, Charlie.
It's sad, but it's true. But yeah.
Think about it. Entrepreneurs, maybe you can start a Gary chain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just give me 1% of your profits.
Yes.
Right.
I heard one of the hotels here even has it. Gary, we call Gary Soakins, and they had a bit of stuff on it. We're charging like 100 cities.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
If you don't value it, somebody else will.
Of course.
All right.
Of course.
Okay. And in your travels, I mean, when you were in the States, did you have like Americans try Gary? What was their
no,
they didn't try it?
No, because nobody tried it.
But I'm sure right now, I'm sure
they will. When you make it, like when you're making there, but to soften it, to give it another element of flavor, you could add coconut oil to it. Yeah, coconut oil or even butter.
Okay.
It just makes it softer and it's just nicer to eat that way too.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm here with Lady Thelma Boy, and we're looking at Gary. And its versatility, and she's made something beautiful here. I want you to name this dish. So this is what, seafood platter?
Yeah, seafood melody.
Seafood melody with some Gary photo. She's going to be serving me a little bit of that.
Yes.
And I'm looking for your questions, your suggestions on what to do with Gary. Okay,
and
Gary
Do
recipes.
2 plates because my namesake has to
She's going to be here pretty soon. Thelma is going to be here pretty soon.
Yes,
to read messages and come and eat some of my food. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
So Gary,
so do you make your own Gary or you just buy it?
I buy it.
You buy it?
I buy it. And what I've also realized, can you help me open this up? You have to store it in an airtight container.
Why?
Because if you don't,
the moisture.
And it'll make it
flat.
Yeah, make it flat.
Okay.
So, and to revive it, you could put your oven on, put it in the big sheet. I turn the oven off and just put it back in there. It'll crisp it up again. And that's it.
And that's it. So where do you normally buy your Gary from?
From the market.
Do you have a particular person you always buy it from?
Yes.
What do you look out for when you want to buy good Gary? What should it look like?
It shouldn't have too much of the chaff in it. You know, because when you pour water and you see there's a lot of chaff that comes out on top, you shouldn't have too much of it.
Okay.
And like when you are testing it, like you put a little bit in your mouth.
Do they allow you to taste it?
Yeah, they do. Okay. Of course, you have to taste before I buy it. You should have some crunchiness and some aroma in it.
Okay.
That tells you it's a good Gary. So
and did you have different colors? Because sometimes I see like bright yellow.
Yeah, I see bright yellow and I see a hue of yellow and white. Yeah, I think the yellow maybe how they I don't know if there's yellow cassava. I have to find out. It's yellow cassava. I think that's what they use for it. Yeah. Okay. So like, of course, when it gives you that hue, that yellow hue.
Okay.
You see, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
055-556-1034. Thelma? Thelma, do you have any messages for me?
I do have a couple actually,
Okay.
Kath and Thelma. So traditionally, kings and queens don't eat in public. I'm just reminding you, since you're so close to this food,
But I'm not,
and I'm all the way here.
This is not. I'm not a king.
So-
I introduced myself as Elfo Kofi.
I just have to remind you that kings and queens don't eat in public.
Okay, you will not eat. Okay, so no problem. I'm not a king. Kings
No,
don't
I'm educating people that
Oh, okay,
kings
alright.
and queens don't.
Oh, so it
eat
doesn't
in
apply
public.
to
Yeah,
her
yeah, yeah, I
then.
thought
You
she was
see,
trying to- I
when
thought
it comes to her, it doesn't apply to her.
I'm
Now
a
we
shadow
hear you.
queen.
Yeah, she's a
Not
queen, so
the
she
day.
can't eat.
Okay.
She can't
Mabi
eat.
bogbe koni ma ye gari e fio. Ball ya ko bile sumo ma.
Off air. Off air.
Messages on the screen. Someone says, interesting, I love you all. I'm late for work, and they are legging it. Look at how the guy is just running away because we've just made them late. Agbogba says, this Gary, they are beg, send mine. Having a watery mouth already. Gary. Good morning. Please tell the lady people don't give Gary to their dogs. Yolanda from Akuse. Yolanda,
No, they
I
do.
give Gary to my dogs.
Yeah, people do.
People do give Gary to their dogs. People do. I am one. So I know that Gary is given to dogs in some homes. Good morning. Gary is the best food in the world. Yes. It is my favorite food, and anyone who speaks against it must be arrested. Gary has helped everybody. Let's applaud Gary.
Yes.
Let's applaud Gary.
I'm applauding Gary all the way. We are here for it. So I'm just waiting patiently for when my plate is ready, and I'll just dash over into that corner. We eat Gary in Accra as well. Noko Benny, ona Gary kono chini, ona aklo, ona. You have fresh fish, and then you make it into some kind of broth, and then you grind pepper. Oflo sabo like amuko keshueno. There's no beach anywhere in Ghana that has not tried Gary kaklo. In Mokpakpa, try it.
What is that?
The fresh fish that
Yeah.
you just boil, you
Okay.
put some seasonings on it, and then it brings out all these amazing flavors. And you pour it into the shitona po.
For real?
Keko flo sabo like am.
Fio.
Onapa ya fio keso
Ah.
afa. Obekwe.
Nice
Let me
one.
continue my work before I get sidetracked because I'm coming over there. Good morning. This one says, I'm really enjoying the show. We are glad I am enjoying it as well. Keep your messages coming in 05555610034. Hey, Thelma Boko, if please don't.
Why
There
are
is
you on my
food.
girl's case?
Why would I slow down when there is food? I'm just all pumped up and very energetic. More messages. This is quite a lengthy one. We might not be able to go through it all. Jerry, keep it short and sweet like this one. Good morning. I love Eba with early Monday morning palm nut soup. This person is
No,
is
it tells you
in
that the
the
soup
right
was made
place.
over the weekend. If you say any morning, Monday
Because
morning
it
soup
means you made the palm nut soup
over the weekend.
over the weekend. So by then, me fifi o. Ona. So it's getting.
You have to say
Thick.
Yeah, thick.
My people. Mina Hansa says, good morning, Fiaga Kaf and Dr. Thelma. Though kings and queens don't eat in public, we still have kings and queens of foods. In fact, I believe Gary can be a great recipe for cancer.
Hey,
Cancer.
Miss Saleh.
Oh, the aroma smells so good in here.
Imagine if Gary could cure cancer, like Africa, by now
We'll be cancer free.
we are in the lead. Very, very, very
More
big
messages
lead.
coming in.
More messages, you should send them across 05555610034. It's our WhatsApp number. Remember, comments made by people on these platforms represent their own views and not those of GBC or its presenters. More?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Gary is the best food so far, but Thelma won't eat this Gary because you don't read our message. But why? Of course I'll eat this Gary. Gary is raining this morning. Good morning, Kafu and Thelma. In fact, I'm Gary Fotokofi Ewuku is saying this. You have every right to be, and we are sending links to all those of you who are on our mailing list. So keep your messages coming across. Tell Kafu he's breaching the
rule of
the
kings.
code, I think,
The
of
code
kings.
of
Because
kings. I'm not a
kings don't
king.
eat. Okay, so
Do kings dress like this?
Everybody just
with
wants
towels
to
on their shoulders.
no.
No.
Everybody just
It's
wants to
Apple.
remove
My
themselves. from-
king, my chief doesn't dress around just like this. I'm
So
an
why do you
Afro.
have rapper?
No, this
on
is.
your
I'm
waist?
about to go and dance.
Okay,
Agbaja.
so we'll do some agbaja.
Yes.
Go dance.
Okay,
I'm going to dance.
Good morning, great meal. It's Lent season. Oh, you see, some you know, a part of Christendom have started their 40 days fasting.
That's why it's fish. It's
So
not meat.
Lent, but even that you fast first before you have the
Fasted the
fish.
night
We
before.
fasted overnight. She's trying to get me away from the food.
Get it.
Good morning. Guess what? I was thinking of what to give the kids when they return from school, and boom, GTV breakfast just gave me the finest and fastest food. Gary, all Gary is the ish, and we are all here for it. So keep your messages coming in. When we have time, we'll come and pick up a few more. I'll just bounce it up to those over there, and I am going to join them so we can all learn this Gary. I've already asked permission from my kings and queens that there's an exception to every rule. Thank you. I'll see you on that side.
Okay, so please offer a prayer for this. Okay, I'll take it back to my secondary school days because we had a very short prayer.
Okay.
For what we're about to receive, we thank you, O Lord.
Yes, Lord.
Amen.
Amen.
Now tell me about why we should be excited about your institution. You're celebrating something exciting.
Yes, we are having our 50th anniversary celebration. In 50, actually
wow.
51 this year, but because of everything we pushed,
Wow.
So this Saturday we're going to have a walk from the school at Kotobabi and take it to where it started.
Okay.
So on Saturday at 8 a.m. we leave from the school premises, then we walk back and it's party after party afterwards. So I'm entreating all old students
of the College
of Culinary Arts, formerly School of Domestic Science and Catering, because that's what most people know it as.
The old school people will know
it.
So formerly School of Domestic Science and Catering, and now the College
of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management.
Oh my God. I hope Sefako will be there. Sefako works with us here.
Yes, she'll be there. She's already bought her t-shirt, so she's going to be there.
And the time for the reporting for the walk?
It's 8 a.m.
8 a.m. And the venue?
It's at the school Kotobabi. On the Manwobi Hospital Road.
Okay.
Yeah, and on this 18th, we're going to do a donation to the Manwobi Hospital on the 18th. Okay. And the climax of everything is on the 20th. And the climax of everything is going to be on the 26th of March. I'm throwing an invite to both of you.
Okay.
We're going to have a graduation and celebration, the final celebration of on the 26th of March. So I expect to see you, Kafu. I expect to see Thelma, GTV, my new people now. So I'm expecting to see you guys there on the 26th.
If we can, will you allow us to give some prizes out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But if you don't come, you're not my friend. No. If you don't come, you're not my friend. It's a cooking stew. What do you expect, my dear? Of course there's going to be food, but you have to come. I'm putting you guys on notice. The whole Ghana hears me now. So if you don't make it, I come and I frown my face like this. They know why I'm upset.
Yes,
so.
I hear you.
Can I do a few messages?
Yes.
So more have just come in. People just want to interfere with my food vibe. Good morning, Thelma. Please save my Gary, for I will come over for my own. But why are you going to find me to come for your Gary? Is the question. Come to GBC. We'll save a piece for you more. Good morning. Yes, we have yellow cassava. And for the red one, we use red oil. Okay. So more education there. Yes, it tells you how about our own food we don't know. And so this is really good. You guys will kill me. You should have invited me to the studio. That's my favorite you are dealing with. Kafui. Enye drum la. Enye drum.
I really want it.
Enye drum. I like this. I think I'll learn this. Enye drum.
A lot. Enye drum.
Like this one that I'm saying. I just want to go through your messages quickly so that I can dash. Attributes of Gary. Gary is our savior when you are broke.
Amen.
Gary is our comforter.
Amen.
In high school, there is no shame in eating Gary. Both the rich and poor kids eat.
Amen.
Gary is our only last man standing.
Amen.
Gary is the master key to every great man.
Amen.
Gary is power.
Amen.
Oh, Gary is power. Amen.
I owe you lunch. That. Okay. For the Uncle Solo, I owe you.
That one I'm going to steal. It's good.
That's a prayer.
Yeah, it's a prayer.
It shouldn't be attribution. It's the Gary prayer.
Gary prayer.
Gary.
You should have that.
We're going to put this on our social media handles and then head over to our Facebook page, our Instagram and Twitter pages, and tell us what you think about this Gary prayer. Awesome stuff. Awesome. Let's see what African Sin is saying. Gary photo is one of my favorites. If it is prepared right, trust me, I won't feel it when I'm slapped.
Oh, wow.
Gary, let me smoke. Gary, I love it. And we are loving it too. Thank you, Thelma, for sharing this recipe. I think more messages are coming in.
We're almost out of time.
And we're almost, your messages disappeared on me. But thanks for sending them across. And remember, there are other conversations coming up apart from the headlines. We are sitting down with Nana Kweku to look at his experiences from Ukraine to Ghana. Titi will be bringing us some sports news right after this segment. But let's head over back to CAF, and then I can concentrate on my goodness. And
I want to taste it.
Yeah, okay, so I will taste before I go. Yes, so, Thelma, congratulations for the 50th anniversary of your organization, the College of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management. We are supporting you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. enjoyed this. I want to drink a little bit of this before I go.
Yes.
So this is the sobolo with the cucumber and mint.
Cucumber and mint.
Okay.
Vim.
It's tasty. Oh, it's sweet. It's sweet. Oh, low.
Not too much sugar though.
It's not too much sugar. It's really tasty. It's really nice. I'm going to end with an ever song. Okay.
I'm going to do that.
I learned this one when I was in University of Ghana first year. We had a course called African Studies, Afro Stats, and I learned Agbaja drumming.
Okay.
And he says, "F-O-A, Vala Wanamlo, F-O-Kojoe, Vala Wanamlo, yeah, F-O-A, Vala Wanamlo, F-O-Kojoe, Vala Wanamlo." Ododio, he said, "Oh, thank you so much, Thelma."
Thank you.
I've enjoyed the sobolo. I've enjoyed the education.
Thank you, sir.
Wishing you a happy 50th anniversary of your organization again, and we are supporting you by the grace of God. We've got a lot ahead on today's show. We've got sports with Maltiti. We've got the headlines in the next hour and about 20 minutes with Sheikh Harimia Shaibu. He's the spokesperson for the National Chief Imam. We've got Dr. Lawrence Tete also with us. He grew up and went to school in the Eastern European area in Hungary, so he's got some insights that he can give to us on that side of things. There's a conversation with a Ghanaian who returned from Ukraine 2 days ago, and we're going to be getting his experience from Ukraine to Ghana. The great Stephanie Benson is in the house as well, so you do not want to miss it. It's hashtag GTV Breakfast, hashtag Heritage Month on GTV, and I'm going to end this segment with a proverb which talks about metal and eggs. Obedi, metal and eggs don't live or stay in one sack, because you know what will happen. 6:59, sports in a minute. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. But
That's about. Thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast Sports. I am Maltiti Saida Sadiq. I am looking like a Dagbon bride who is just about to be shipped off to her husband's house, and my costume is by Ritz Culture. You can find them all over on social media. But I'll be looking at the Black Maidens and their squad list that has been named, and also some boxing and the FA Cup. Let's start off with the Black Maidens. The Black Maidens head coach Baba Nou has named the squad list of 22 players to face Senegal's young Teranga Lioness in the first leg of the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup India 2022 qualifiers. Now, the leading top scorer in the Women's League, Owusu, spearheads the attacking trio, while Dreams Ladies midfield sensation Stella Nyamiche will play an integral role in the squad. Berlin Nyako and Agnes Yebua made the list as players from the lower tier sides, Fancyman Royals and Combined Forces respectively. The team left Accra at 10 a.m. yesterday via Côte d'Ivoire Air or Air Côte d'Ivoire. Now on your screen, you can see the list of the squad that have been provided for the Ghana Black Maidens. The goalkeepers, you can see Ahmadu Amina, Brown Deborah. We have Northern Ladies. We have Ampem Dakwa Ladies, FC Savannah. From the defenders side, you see Hussein Zuleiha, Seidu Faiza, Bolga All Stars Ladies. Magdalene Awuni from Bolga Stars All Ladies, Hussein Zelia from Pelpia Ladies, Janet Edu Ajiman from Fabulous Ladies, On the midfielder side, you can see Linda Safu from Prisons Ladies, Berlin Nyako from Infansipan Royals, Amonanti from Supreme Ladies, and it goes on. Wingers, you can see Constance Sewa Ajiman from Berry Ladies FC, Abdullahi Karima from FC Savannah, Comfort Owusu from Hazakas Ladies. The attackers to the list, Idi Maltiti Mariam, there from Pelpia Ladies, Princess Owusu, Fabulous Ladies, Agnes Yebua, Combined Forces. These are the provisional names or the squad list that has been provided for the Ghana Black Maidens for now. Now, Ashanti Gold has terminated the appointment of German coach Henry Hössler after just 6 weeks in charge. Hössler was appointed head coach of the club in January on a 2-year deal. Trainer since joining the club has failed to win any game for the Miners. He was in charge for just 3 games, failing to win any of them after picking a draw and 2 defeats, with their West home defeat to 11 Wonders by 4-1 on Sunday. To some boxing now, the countdown for the most anticipated bout slated for Ghana's Independence Day is still on as the former national ABU and former Commonwealth lightweight champion George Red Tiger Ashi take on the UBO super lightweight champion Robert the Stopper Quay at the Bukom Boxing Arena. With barely 3 days to the fight night dubbed Rumble to Freedom, the two boxers have been engaging in a verbal showdown ahead of their battle in the ring. At the Atokwashi Boxing Gym, the Red Tiger and his trainer Vincent Akainete are optimistic the former champion will win the night.
This is my stepping stone for moving forward. Energy, market. They should pray for me, and they should come early. But they know what I can do in boxing. They know what I can do. Oh, I'm a boy. Catch a play. They are
Meanwhile, Robert Quay says he's more prepared for the fight and still stands by his claim to stop Ashi in the 7th round.
After 5 years, I'm a Francis Jam. No, I'm about to say, now I'm going to wait 3 years. Me and George Ashi. Or I'm ring ni wada se fonyo di left here no me be when the jomo can left here ni be na to ishe. Why? Because me ba ma fe noko ma fe na pe noko ni afe ko ye boxing mi da ni bi anele yake ranseni mi ale ishe nje alhamdulillah no fe onu mo ba fe nke shira.
Athletes Association of Ghana has launched their homecoming program for the year 2022. The homecoming event will see the association bring both local and foreign-based athletes to compete for better times and selection into the Team Ghana ahead of the 13th African Games in Accra.
Successful participation by all disciplines during the upcoming African Games Accra 2023, the Past Athletes Association of Ghana, PAAG, is organizing a homecoming event this year. The program is earmarked to create a platform for both the locally based and foreign colleagues to compete and also share experiences, at the same time help the Ghana Athletics Association to put together Team Ghana for the athletics in the African Games. At the launch of the event at the Hathramani Sport Hall at the Accra Sports Stadium, the members and their executives expressed the zeal of making the homecoming event a success. The chairperson of the PAAG, Mr. Andrew Agbokiche, was happy about members' commitment so far and called for corporate Ghana to come and support such initiatives.
In a related development, the executive chairman of the LOC for the 2003 African Games, Dr. Kweku Ofosu-Asare, has assured the past athletes of significant roles to make the Games a success.
Games Accra 2023, Dr. Kweku Ofosu-Asare has charged the leadership and members of the Past Athletes Association of Ghana, PAAG, to position themselves for bigger and influential roles in the upcoming 13th African Games to be hosted in Accra in August 2023. Dr. Ofosu-Asare said the LOC's offices and doors are opened for any suggestions and forms of support from everyone. He encouraged the association to develop a paper fashioning out what role they want to play for the success of both Team Ghana and the African Games in general.
We'll be relying on you to share your experiences with them. We'll be relying on you to train them, assist with the training. We'll be relying on you to motivate them. We'll be relying on you to encourage them. We'll be relying on you to let them build a self-confidence. It is different from running ordinary competitions. This is a mega competition. This is the mother of all competitions in Africa. It's second to the Olympics, but in Africa, it's our best competition. So we will need you. We will need you.
Now, Chelsea weathered a tumultuous evening off the pitch and in early Luton onslaught to twice come from behind and reach the FA Cup finals with a 3-2 win at Kenilworth Road. As kick-off fast approached in Luton, Abramovich released a statement which signaled impending end of his near 20...
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Shoulder to cry. Run on my pumpy, so we try our suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do. We go straight to stardom. And I'm gonna take you to next level. Oh, baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. Back, baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. Oh, baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't go next level.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria? Lufat. Lufat.
Injija wohoma malaria enka won to them. Lufat, eye malaria drop ekope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And aye Lufat. Lufat, etu malaria sententem. FDA ahwehwesa edwede nkratoyi ajatu.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hey, tell me more. Tell me more. Hey, tell me more. Tell me beer.
They ma worry me. Watch me young from 1 week, Mr. Oh, now
yes. Buga, nade.
Senior, name me and ma cut down my business is a collapse. My house are banned.
So we take quick credit in Ghana.
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Edi atre udwediem. We are government and a private worker. Who pesika dey ate hot so. We are bosumi edwuma. We are sika dey bibi ntempai so. Quick credit be ma wo loan. E mo tua ne kakra. Na enije sem kese ne say. E collateral free loan susu savings account opening and a deposit asembia. E here ne say wo Ghana card 2022 there wanye adwuma na wo na waye wo need excuse here. Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 Person quick credit.
Morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast. Not just any breakfast. Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate chicken vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Yeah. Can I show what this restaurant is about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn. So what's your pleasure than Botras here at that time of the morning? So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pamper, so we try our suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom go do, we go straight to stardom. And I go take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. Back baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't go next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years. Lactate.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. People to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Register SIM card de share de la Ghana kle Ghana card de deko. Ghana card de deko.
Matonga wakapopo alo awo mobile money pa do na internet to bubu alo SIM card ji minimum register.
Bena register po kadu de *404# na zore do dwauji. Wa bia onyanyana na yo le wo Ghana card ji abe wo Ghana card number wo nko yineto wa fema nko wo jigbe. Kle nyanyonu alo enyanchu.
Wa na okoto khiare na choide service provider agent to de nwu alo customer care. Bana wa de biometric details so adadi. Don kujibo na po digital address
Fokadu de *404# le wo funji na register fifila.
Hana nyanyana na fun wa dota service provider gbo alo na poka na le 100G alo NCA 0800 110 622. Register o SIM card fifila bana no kaji.
The show was a jar of bar and a dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat. Lufat.
Injija wohoma malaria enka won to them. Lufat eye malaria.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And aye Lufat. Lufat.
Kameseo amakai abefe abejemudo yame feole oko boko kula be wande jibe kula esolobo esofi samo transe soko so asefing pepe pepe esolobo esofi Samuel Transe Soko So I said big pepe Wale anti adubia Kenya mi asabia Kamese o ofembia Abefe abeje eburi Yambe feole Woko woko kula be Wande jebe kula Yesolobo esofi Samuel Transe Soko So I said big pepe Yesolomo e Sophie, Samoel Chance Soko. So I serving pe. Wale Auntie Cecilia, Kenya mi Felicia, Kameseo Ifilia, Amefe, Ameyesu, Ame Feole, Moko Kula Bay, one day Bay Kula. Yes, Alomo Sophie, Samoel Chance Soko. So I said, Pepe. Yes, Alomo e Sophie, Samoel Chance Soko. Wale Auntie Amele, Kenyami Amoko, Kameseo Amakai, Amefe, Amenyamudo, Amefeole, Moko Kulabe, one day Yes, Alomo e Sophie, Samoel Chance Soko. So I serving pe. Yes, Alomo e Sophie, Samoel Chance Soko. So I serving pe.
Good to have you here. The proverb for the day, metal and egg don't stay in one sack. Ga, plaji, monona kotoku the camel. Ga is metal or iron. Aji is egg. Kotoku is a sack. They don't live in one sack, and for obvious reasons. Welcome to the show. Day 3 of hashtag GTV, Heritage Month on GTV, hashtag GTV Breakfast. Still to come, a conversation that we're going to be enjoying with a gentleman who lived in Ukraine for 5 years. He's back in Ghana, and he'll be chatting with our man on the ground about his experiences in Ukraine. And we also have a chat with Stephanie Benson in the last hour of today's show. And for now, it's the headlines. My guests are seated. Dr. Lawrence Tete, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete is founder and president of the Worldwide Miracle Outreach, and Sheikh Ariel is the spokesperson for the National Chief Imam. Happy Heritage Month to both of you.
Thank you. We are proud. We have a great nation. Our forebears have fought. They've left us. They've built our nation on certain sound values. Those are the important things that we want to give expression to. So we must be proud of ourselves and still look forward in future with hope that even in the midst of our difficulties, we still can build on those past values and build a better future.
Yeah. Dr. Tete.
Great. But we have a lot to do to keep up the pace of what the forebears have done for us. So awesome. We will also have something to leave as a legacy to the coming generation. Excellent. Otherwise, posterity will judge us if we fail.
And we shall not fail. Failure is not an option.
No, it's not an option.
It's not an option. And sending your messages is an option. If you like. Our number is 055-556-1034. Your WhatsApp messages, and then we'll read them. Thelma will come and read them in the show. Let me run through the headlines, and then we'll go straight into business. Daily Ghanaian Guide. National Health Insurance Authority reviews medicines list at a stakeholder meeting in Accra. The Finder, COVID-19 Trust Fund disburses over 79% of funds. Daily Graphic, U-Start kicks off April. Pilot successful, says the Finance Minister. Speaker calls for partnership between media and the legislature. And there's still more news on the COVID-19. This time it's a breakdown. 60 million has been bagged. Donations in kind valued at 10.7 million cedis. And then the Ghanaian Times, President's Independence Day Awards. 36 students decorated for passing 2021 BECE with distinction. The information minister says we should differ, but we shouldn't undermine our own democracy. Government roles are to create 1 million jobs in 3 years. And the National Media Commission appoints governing boards for state-owned media. I want to start with that, with a release from the National Media Commission in accordance with Article 168 of the Constitution and Section 21E of the National Media Commission Act 1993. The National Commission has, in consultation with His Excellency the President, appointed a couple of people to be on governing boards of public corporations managing state-owned media. So we have people appointed to the Graphic Communication Company Limited's board, the Ghana News Agency board, the New Times Corporation board, and the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, which is headed by the Director General, Professor Amin Al-Hassan. And we have the following on the GBC board. Professor Samuel Deborah is the board chair, and we have Mrs. Ifwa Gate, Dr. Kwame Nyamiche, Mrs. Ama Sewa Newe, Peter Yakwa, Mr. Thomas Bruni, Mr. Ejeye Friye Nketia, Mr. Samuel Kojo Intiaba, Dr. Tano Deborah, and Professor Amin Al-Hassan, who is the Director General of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Are you curious about who is our board chairman here at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation? Well, he's a professor of surgery at School of Medical Sciences, University of Cape Coast, vice president of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, and a member of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, with a distinguished medical career complemented by service on other important national and international committees and boards, including a brief stint in medical journalism. And coincidentally, he's married to a former journalist, and they have 3 daughters. The board chair for the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation is Professor Samuel Deborah, whose smiling face you see on your screen right now. So, yep, they'll get to work. They'll steer the affairs of the state-owned media and take strength to more strength. So, congratulations to all the newly appointed board members of the various state-owned media, being Graphic Communications, Ghana News Agency, New Times Corporation, and of course, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. All right, let's jump into news that is around. Let's start with COVID, okay? So, because 2 papers are talking about COVID-19, and COVID-19 brought a lot of wahala in Parliament, so I won't deal with those ones. So, COVID-19 Trust Fund disburses over 79% of funds, and the Daily Graphic is giving us a breakdown of how much money has been disbursed, okay? So this is money to support the efforts of government. So we've got 60 million in cash donations between April 2020 and December 2021, according to the administrator of the fund, Dr. William Collins Asari. And 50 million has been disbursed to deal with the pandemic. And we've got various donations: vehicles, fuel coupons, non-perishable food items. That came to a value of about 10.7 million. Ghanaians have just been asking for clarity, openness, you know, because if there's no clarity, then it leaves room for speculation. So, and I'm glad that this is happening, because people have been asking. They want to know what's going on. So, the news is here. Funds have been disbursed. Small breakdown has been given. Details are in today's Graphic and Business Finder. I just want to start with you first, Sheikh. The conversations around money, accountability, supporting government to deal with this global pandemic.
I mean, I think it's important that when you have been appointed into a public office where you use, public funds, one of the key demands is that for you to be accountable. As transparent as possible in the ways that you use this best. Once money has been put into your hands, you owe the country and the state and the community the duty to tell them how you used the money. Coming from a religious perspective, both in Christianity and Islam, and I think that being trustworthy is one of the demands of a quality leadership. And so for all those people who have been put there, I think the demand is well placed. Those monies that have been donated, how were they used? So now giving us a certain lineup of how they were used, and with evidence, for example, to show that this is how the money has impacted and also has served the purpose for which the donations were made, for me is very important. Failure to do so means that you have not shown integrity, means that you have shown that you are trustworthy, and what it means is that you have to be compelled by one way or the other. You see, accountability is one of the means by which we are able to check corruption. If we are not open to that, and that is why one of the things that I love in offices, and if you put me in an office where there is no audit unit, one of the things that I will quickly want to do is to have an audit unit in my office, so that the rules that guide the disbursement of funds, which does not belong to me but belong to the state, will be applied. With that checks made, then an external audit, because sometimes internal audit can also compromise. So an external audit will come to ensure that proper things have been done. So the account that has been given here, I am not privy to whatever has gone in, but was there any kind of audit about this report that indicate that truly these monies have been disbursed in one way or the other and has really for the purpose and has impacted on the way that we are fighting the COVID? I mean, that is where I want to leave it now. Okay, so that, I mean, those are legitimate questions, and audit refers to accountability. Now, in today's graphic, so the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, Mr. James Kluge-Aveji, says the Director General of the Internal Audit Agency, Dr. Eric Odro, has stressed the need for a watertight accountability system to be put in place to ensure that individuals and public institutions don't take advantage of the pandemic to enrich themselves. So Mr. Aveji is suggesting that the Auditor General should consider expenditure on COVID as a separate project for auditing purposes, and not to put it in the regular auditing procedures and processes of public institutions. And Dr. Osai is asking public institutions to strike a balance between financial audit and performance audit so that they can. He's even in the news where they're talking about going to investigate staff of 3 state institutions who will be facing trial potentially for misappropriating funds meant for the fight against COVID-19. So there's a talk on auditing, there's a talk on performance, that on accountability, which is critical to our conversation. Dr. Arastete.
I think I couldn't have agreed with Sheikh better. Accountability and especially transparency is very crucial in times like this, when a few individuals who are on the job will take advantage of the entire community. So transparency, I think for me, is a very key word. If we become very transparent, everybody knows what is at stake, and that even helps with the audit purpose. What happens most time is that a lot of people hide behind their expertise, hide behind their know-hows, and then the ordinary citizens who don't have any idea, who are vulnerable, they put everything. That is why I keep saying that for me, in every aspect of our lives in this nation, we should deal the void of jargons. Because you'd be surprised somebody can put so many things down and then you get so confused about things. And the ordinary person who is supposed to be the beneficiary of this COVID and even the treatment and whatever expenditure have been put in will not even understand how to handle it. So I agree with the probity aspect. I agree with the audit aspect. And I think that paramount for me is that the key word we should be transparent. When there's transparency, everybody knows what is at stake, and then there's nothing to hide. And most time, the reason why we are not transparent is that we have so many things hidden in our sleeves. But if you have nothing to hide, everything is for everybody, and everybody sees it, and it solves the problem. If the Ghana were to appoint an anti-jargon crusader, I think you'd be leading. You just hate jargon. I remember I was sitting here about 2-3 weeks ago. We were speaking about the toll booths, and then I was asking, will the toll booths, the old ones, the toll booths that we don't use, will they be destroyed? And the man said, "Oh, they'll be decommissioned." I said, what? What do you mean? He said, "So I'm speaking the language." I said, "Look, I break it down for my audience. What do you mean decommission?" In the end, it meant they'll be destroyed. Yes. When I pushed further, it meant that. But if you said decommission, and I've said that I think that we can sit here today and speak all the languages we learn in university. Sheikh is an intellectual, I'm an intellectual. But we are supposed to be speaking to the people. I want the Mokola woman to understand what we are saying this morning. I want the man at Jase Khan to understand what we are saying this morning, so that it doesn't become complicated. The reason why successive governments in Ghana are in trouble is because of jargon. If we listen to the State of the Nation address, a lot of things that are said there, the ordinary person doesn't understand. So if a political leader, a political activist want to take advantage of the community, they do. Because they will come and debate. But if we all understand what is being said, there are certain languages that are meant for the classroom. There are certain languages that are also meant for the people. Today, a lot of things we're talking about in Parliament, I have to say this, that even some of the parliamentarians don't
even understand. Let's get some clarity on, in the interest of audit and accountability, let's get some clarity on a news item about staff of some state institutions who may be facing trial for basically stealing funds. I won't say misappropriate, stealing funds meant for the fight against COVID-19. On the line, we do have the Director General of the Internal Audit Agency, Dr. Odro Osai. Good morning and welcome to #GTV Breakfast. Dr. Saidi, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, this is Kafui here. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Kafui.
Normally we see you here live and direct, but you're on the phone. All the same, we want to have a chat with you concerning public accounts and things that are devolving out of the process. So it's reported in the news that staff of 3 state institutions are likely to be prosecuted for misappropriating COVID-19 funds. How close are we to that whole event of them standing before a judge and explaining their behavior?
Thank you, Byron, and thank you, Ashu, for always listening to what came up like. Now is exceeding the evidence we have supporting their prosecution. So at the agency, we set up a big that meeting these institutions for them to provide further and better curriculum that can support the prosecution, to give your conviction, and also retrieval of any funds that have been appropriated. So it will be very slow, except that we want to be more sure about the evidence that is supporting the prosecution. So that's
so far, without mentioning names, I mean, how much money are we looking at?
I cannot put a finger or a figure to it, but it's a lot of money. What we should understand is that misappropriation is different from misappropriation application. So we are looking at both, and we try to look at the context of the Public Financial Management Act. So we will put a figure to it after we have gone through the process of evidence evaluation to establish admissibility one way or the other. So if you give us in the next 2 weeks, we'll be able to put a figure to it, and then that can be discussed on air. But as of now, we are in the stage of reviewing the relevant and reliable evidence supporting the misappropriation and irregularity.
All right, if you can just move slightly away from your television or turn your television video volume to 0, it would be great so we can hear you directly through the phone. Dr. Eric Odro Osai is the Director General of the Internal Audit Agency. And in the interest of breaking things down for everybody to understand, what exactly does misappropriation mean?
Misappropriation is the misuse of funds for the purposes, for a different purpose, otherwise than what it was meant for. We all know that COVID funds were meant to certain critical expenditure items that are expected to reduce the impact or effect of COVID-19 on the citizens. And this is a service delivery function, and within the period of COVID, it was a pandemic, and in the pandemic era, emergency procurements are made, and when these emergency procurements are made, people are expected to benefit from it. So if the expenditure were not incurred for the intended benefit of Ghanaian citizens, then it means there have been a misappropriation. So we'll look at it in the context of the Public Financial Management Act, the guidelines that associated the transfer of this fund, and then spending the money within the meaning of the PFM Act. But Captain, let me also indicate that the Public Procurement Act issued guidelines that were supposed to guide procurement, emergency procurement within the COVID period. We would also have the evidence to establish the extent to which institutions complied with these guidelines issued by the Public Procurement Authority. Already, we are establishing a certain baseline and trend. We just want to confirm it from the institutions. Once we confirm it from them, then we'll escalate it to the Yoko level, and then they will be in court for prosecution. But we are not only interested in prosecuting, we are interested in also recovering the funds that have been misappropriated by these persons. Because Ghanaians then, it would then be interpreted that Ghanaians did not derive the benefits that were expected to derive from it. So that's what we are doing. It is early day yet, but I want to assure Ghanaians that the COVID funds are being tracked, accountability will prevail, and not a single person will go down the drain.
So just to break it down even further, it's like you were giving money to go and buy vegetable oil and you use the money to go and buy beans. Appropriating?
That is misapplication. That is one level of misapplication.
Okay.
But if you are giving 100 Ghana cedis to go and undertake spraying in 5 markets, and you spend 80 Ghana cedis to spray 2 markets, you have misappropriated the 20 differences, and then you have also shortchanged Ghanaians. That we will not allow.
You have just broken it down for us very beautifully. Thank you very much, Dr. Osai is the Director General of the Internal Audit Agency, and now I'm also well educated. So if you took the money, the money was meant to buy this, and you bought something else, that's misapplication.
Yeah.
But misappropriation is that you were giving money to go and take care of 5 items, you did only 3, and you used less. You are happy, Doctor.
Very. He's done very well. I get excited about, and let's tell you, this is a proper academic. He's gone to school, he's gone through the stages. People who are properly rather well learned things down. The people who didn't just get there, they want to create impression.
To hide the ignorance, right?
Yes.
055-556-1034. I hope things have been broken down for you really nicely. We have a conversation coming up in about 30 minutes involving a Ghanaian student, a 5th year medical student, and just 1 more year to become a doctor, and has to leave Ukraine to come to town. And what's going to be his story after that? How did he experience that whole time in Eastern Europe? I'll bring in Dr. Tete in a couple of minutes because he lived there. He was a student leader in his school days, and you talk a little bit about that. But we'll deal with other issues before then. WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. Thelma will be reading the messages pretty soon. We've talked about COVID-19 funds. We've talked about possible prosecution of people who have misappropriated money. And now let's talk about our democracy, because the information minister is not too happy. He says, yes, we should differ, but we should not undermine our democracy. It sounds like trite knowledge, but things have to be said. Government has called on political actors to feel free to differ on national policies, but refrain from undermining the country's democracy. So the Minister of Information was responding to comments made by the Dean of the University of Ghana Law School, Professor Raymond Atuguba, and says that the administration has no problem with people expressing divergent views on policies and national developments, but it abhors attempts to lace their constituency, the commentary, with anti-democratic comments and insinuation. So that's Opon Nkrumah speaking. There's a lot of conversations around what people are saying, and these are the conditions that are right for this and that. And Professor Atuguba jumped into it, introducing a new word into the Ghanaian political lexicon. But gentlemen, so yes, this is what is happening in the country. The over-politicization of issues is making people nervous and tense.
I mean, I have said it earlier on, and I will say it again. Our country is politically polarized. It's not just polarized, but seriously polarized. And it is probably the, if you like, unintended consequence or outcome of partisan politics. That means we are oblivious of the possibility of dividing a nation through partisan politics, so that in the way we do it, it's like inevitable evil that you have to live with. Our democracy, our constitution makes it, I mean, possible for us to be able to do that. But the truth about partisan politics, potentially, it is divisive. So what we do is that we engage into partisan politics quite aware of this tendency and possibility. So we do in such a way that we reduce it and keep it in control so we can keep our nation one. So it is because we have not handled it well. Now our political space has been so polluted and contaminated with political jargons that seek to undermine our own politics. And that is what is giving rise to this. Where we are in our country, I am convinced that we are not at a stage where we can call for a coup d'etat. And I think that it's important that, and then those of us who have lived under situations of coup, we will never encourage either undermine established authority through an insurrection, rebellion, sedition. What is the last one? I mean, treason. Treason. I mean, we know what coups have done to us in this country over a period of time, and we, over a period of time, seeing that coup d'etats have not done anything good to us. I'm yet to really go through the books and see what coup has been able to do in terms of dealing completely with our problems. But gradually, democracy is helping us and we're making advance. So I think that we can disagree with government, all right, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. You remember in the president's inaugural speech where he said we should not be spectators. In this is an open statement for us to disagree with government. I think that I agree with the minister and all those who have either condemned or discouraged or make public statement to discourage any call for a coup. And I think we need to caution ourselves. When democracy breaks down and we all begin to run helter-skelter, we lose our freedoms through the barrel of a gun. When the military comes, now in some of the countries, they come, they say, give us 5 years, give us number of years. It's not like when they come, the next day they are passing it on to a civilian government. Yeah, and I think that we should express our views, and I think the government should also be tolerant of such diverse views and allow people to criticize and give better alternatives for us to be able to make and allow the timetable to roll out. We know every 4 years we go and change government through the process of the ballot box. And in Ghana here they say the extent that you can go is 8 years. I mean, it's not written, but that is the way we...
MPP say they want to break the 8.
Well, I mean, which is a possibility. But it depends on what you do. So once we know that this process has been put in place, I think it is not good that we call for a coup. Because, you see, incitement, the statement you make in order to incite, because of what has happened across the Francophone countries, probably we have not seen the sufferings of the people there, and we are also calling for same in our country. The accounts, again, I mean, they have something to say,
do it.
Which means that if by mistake you kill the animal, you don't go by mistake and also cut it into pieces and
it's not intentional. The first one was mistake, I mean, the next one is intentional. Yeah.
And in English, the equivalent is that two mistakes do not make a right.
Right, exactly.
So if it's happening in a Francophone country, it doesn't mean that it's right for Ghana. And I think that we must remain as patriotic as possible, keep the peace of our country and our security, and do what it takes to promote our democracy. That is the thing that we have chosen. After a long period of the coups and so on and so forth, 1993,
we chose to return to a democracy. Whatever the difficulties, we have traveled this far, and we must really deepen our democracy and keep the peace of our country.
Thank you, Sheikh. Dr. Tete, you would agree that a lot of the responsibility lies with those who hold the reins of power. I just want to quote you words delivered by our president when he was a presidential candidate in 2012. This was a lecture, Oppenheimer lecture. And he said, and I quote, he was talking about, it was a lecture on Arab Spring and all the things that were happening there. And so he was drawing some parallels, and he said, and I quote, "This young, hungry generation with a global perspective on opportunities and the aspirations to match expect their leaders to help deliver social and economic transformation that will have a meaningful impact on their lives." People are looking up to governments, leaders, people in authority to deliver certain things to them. When those deliverables are not there, frustration builds up. And if you don't manage frustrations very well, then we start hearing all these things and seeing what's going on around, you know.
If we're truly speaking, we have a collective responsibility. We seriously, as a nation, must have that collective responsibility where we know that anything you say, I say, he says matters. Sometimes the media gets out of order. And even the clerics, we also get out of order. And politicians, they get out of order. In fact, they become a nuisance sometimes. Because in people's bid to speak, they say things that does not matter. You know, we are reading meanings into all these things because everybody is taking a strange stand. We have a responsibility to take. If this nation gets messed up, the people who suffers are not the people who have money.
Ordinary Joe.
The people who don't have anything. There are a lot of people today who are speaking and making very wild statements, whose wife and children are already settled in America and settled in England and settled in some part of the world. And trust me, they don't even give a hoot what happens to Ghana. But you and I will be saddled with families who don't know where to go and what to eat. So I think at every given stage, all of us must be mindful. I agree with Sheikh that too correct doesn't make a right. If somebody has made a statement and the statement is not right, what are we saying to baffle that? If you don't think that the Bible says a wise answer brings peace. So in our bid to correct people, we shouldn't overstep on the bank. You know, offenses are like emotions. There's no intellect. So if we don't handle things well, we make things escalate and then we begin to debate on that. It all goes back to the thing that we have over paralyzed. We are turning democracy into war. Democracy is dialogue and debate. Agreement is disagreement. But democracy is not supposed to be war. What we are saying now is what is reflecting in our parliament. Where for once now in the history of Ghana, parliamentarians are throwing kickboxing. They become kung fu fighters. And I keep saying that I know most of our brothers and sisters, because they are age group, some of them were even older than them anyway. They sit back and they'll be watching themselves fighting. And you ask, for what? What were we trying to achieve? So I think we should be very mindful that this democracy we are practicing, we don't turn it into war. And the people we are trying to imitate, the people we are trying to copy, the people from which we claim we are learning democracy, is that how they handle it? If not, then we should reconstitute ourselves again and understand the purpose of democracy. Democracy does not mean hooliganism. Democracy certainly, I emphasize, is not a war.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, Sheikh and Dr. Lawrence Tete. Messages 055-556-1034. Conversation on Ukraine coming up in a short while. Right here, the Ghanaian experience. What's it like to live there? And did he see it coming? That'll be one of the questions I would love to ask him. I see her here. It's not about her coming. She's come. She's here. Iba. Ishe. Be Ishe.
Be Ishe.
Be Ishe.
The time has come.
One time.
So the time has come for me to read your messages. Thank you for sending them to us. The WhatsApp number 0555561034. Reminder once again that comments made by persons on these platforms represent their own comments and not the opinions of GBC. So we are not immediately able to verify the claims made by some of these comments. So I'll go straight to the board. And Akwesi from Gomuankran is saying, when Dr. Baumia and MPP were championing the agenda of breaking the 8, little did we know that they were referring to the fundamentals of the economy. Now the has already broken the 8, cost of living in Ghana has broken the 8, and dollar is on its way to break the 8. JDM is the only option Ghanaians have now. That's according to Akwesi. More messages coming in. Good morning. Hashtag GTV breakfast. Beautiful apparels today. Kill us with class, best station and cruise so far. Thank you so much for sending us. I'm dressed as a Gamanye today, and our Gamanye is called Nade Omar Dro the Third. So I am sending key greetings to you, my Gamanye. Ofane, Mimbao de Omanye. More messages coming in. Haruna joins saying accountability is always the best for the growth of society. So given the accounts on COVID-19 funds, but this should be followed with audits because I have my doubts about the whole process. Haruna Dumakuru sent us that from Sunyani. Hey, the Queens, I can't even move this arm, but we'll try our best. You sent us a message about Agari photo. It was lovely. This government must account for that COVID-19 fund because Republic of Togo has distributed their COVID fund to anyone above 18 years. They have 30 francs CFA, each equivalent to 300 Ghana cedis each person. So why Ghana fails to account for his, we must be honest with each other. As again, we are not able to independently verify any of these claims, so the people who make them reserve their rights to their opinions. Nana Amwako from Achimota says, Achimota, this is a key one. Let me just take a quick break. So Achimota, that area of Accra used to be a very thick forest, and the story was that if you were going in there, you shouldn't mention anybody's name, otherwise the forest would swallow the person. So anytime anyone was heading to that side of town, they would say, I'm going to where you can't mention anybody's name. Minya Achimota. Heni Achimota, yeah. So I'm going to that place where you don't mention anybody's name. And that's how the place got its name, Achimota. Achimota and all of that. So Achimota.
Be careful
so
how you mention the name of my old school. Be careful.
So it's Achimota. So perhaps your old school should take it up and insist that we actually pronounce the name of the town the way it should be pronounced, like Buduburim, and which is in the central region. There's a part of me that's from central, so I'll come to central perhaps some other time in my dressing, and then we'll also highlight my people. But Achimota is the way you should. Don't mention the name, otherwise the forest will swallow the person up. Okay. So back to our messages. Good morning, BFS. A government states all these funds and figures in the papers without clarity and how the funds are disbursed, then there's no need for the publication. I think report on how funds are used respectively needs to be published as well, not just allocation of the funds. Let's see if we can pick a bit more. And Nane Kiamwa Boateng from Ablikuma Central, who calls himself E-Levy is good, is joining this conversation. Good morning, Kafui. I believe that the men and women in charge of the COVID-19 fund are of fair integrity, and so there's some more comments there to be made. I encourage you to keep sending them across and we'll read them appropriately. The men and women in charge are of high integrity and would apply relevant laws to ensure proper accountability of the fund. So E-Levy is good. That was your message. Gordon says, may the Lord bless the MP for his vision towards his members. I don't know which MP he's talking about, but thank you for sending. Good morning, great Alfie from Rhoda Kennedy. The hashtag we love to see GTV breakfast show. Kafui Togbek Bagbalaja. I like your costume today. You see, accountability and transparency is what is killing the nation, and it always starts at the top. So if we are bold enough to confront our leaders in positions, those under them will engage in this evil nation wrecking. Good morning. Obodai sent us that from Odoko. Thank you, Obodai. Good morning, Kafui. The difference between misappropriation and misapplication. So someone has sent us like a whole dictionary. Misappropriation is wrongful, fraudulent, or corrupt use of others' funds in one's care, while misapplication is a misuse of something, incorrectly using or applying something, or a wrong application. Emmanuel from East Legon. Thank you, Emmanuel. Yesterday we learned about Legon. Was it the day before? And we said that it meant Nilegon, the knowledge hill. So Legon, and not Legon and Legon and leg and all.
Leg.
Leg on.
I went
More
to leg.
messages coming in. The problem with our politicians is the abuse of power. Every penny must be accounted for. They are loyal to their parties than the ordinary Ghanaian. Mary sent us that. From the UK, more messages. Good morning to you and your panel members. I'm very happy to hear about the COVID funds. We should not wait for our funds to be misappropriated before we prosecute. All funds should be well tracked. I hope the appeative funds will be in safe hands. Hashtag GTV breakfast. More messages coming in. Reason that politicians know the solutions to our problems only when they are in opposition. Yao is asking from Accra. I'm trying to get through this as fast as I can. Good morning. In as much as coup d'etat should not be condoned, I believe the underpinning factors must also not be ignored. High standard of living, high rate of youth unemployment, economic hardships, etc. That's according to Ben Ano Osankide.
We haven't even gone there yet.
We haven't even gone there. So we'll come to that comment when we get to that topic or conversation. A coup can't be the option, but opinion leaders must be bold to speak the truth to power. Especially our religious leaders must be bold to hold people in government accountable because they control a lot of followers. T.E. Mensah said this. What a dinkra from Imprius Hussein, using the hashtag that we love to see. It is indeed very worrying that the subject of coup has become so rife in our commentary in the country. Let us tread cautiously and remember that instructions from the are never the same as the tube of the pen. Mina Hunter says, I really love what Dr. Lawrence Tete said. Democracy is not war. By the way, can I really dress like Honorable Calf to work today? It's March, so I would say go big or go home.
I'm going out to town like this. Watch out! I'm in town like this today. All right. Yeah.
Imagine walking into the bank dress like.
No. Because they'll give me priority service. So probably
Good morning, Kafui. I don't think Prof. Atuguba has said anything unconstitutional. People like Prof who are bold enough to raise a red flag on the negative development are far more patriotic than religious leaders who choose to keep mute because they are in bed with politicians. And good morning. My problem is the Peace Council. Are they in the country or not? The hypocrisy in us will destroy this country one day. Hashtag no E. Levy. Thank you for sending those messages. I think that's all that I have on the WhatsApp interface for now. And let's learn a bit more about our country, our culture, and celebrate our diversity. I'll hand it over back to Kaf, the Reverend, and the Sheikh.
Try.
Omanya Blau.
One time.
Yao.
Well, Yao. The Yao is what freaks me out, man. Thank you so much. We'll be having a conversation on Ukraine in a short while. And I thought at this point I'll bring in Dr. Tete because you lived in that part of the world for many years. How long were you in Hungary? Have you ever been to Ukraine? And your experiences briefly as a student leader in those days.
I did not just live in Hungary. I served as a student leader for the whole of Eastern Europe. I served on the IFS. I served on the Student Leadership Board. I handed over the presidency to President, to the Honorary Consul, Albert Kiche.
So Dr. Kiche, who is in the Honorary Consul in Ukraine, is a person you handed over to?
I did. He's like a younger brother to me. We have a very close relation. Coincidentally, his wife and my wife wanted and me and him to win, so we gelled very well.
What do you make of what's happening? I mean, the news of the Ghanaian students who are being returned home and just the whole the war situation that's happening there.
I've been in the center of this. I've been consulted on many issues. I've had sleepless nights because of it. The thing is that there's a history to this. This whole saga started about 100 years ago, so it's not today. Remember the First World War in the early 1919, and then the Second World War, 1939. In the late 80s, the USSR started having countries leave. And of course, when the Berlin Wall was broken in 1989, it had a ripple effect on a lot of countries from the USSR getting themselves out. Ukraine left the USSR in 1990, 1991. But don't forget that the biggest oil reserve, if not the fourth in the whole world, is in Ukraine. So everybody's eyes on Ukraine. The whole war in Ukraine is a war of greed and fight for supremacy. That's all.
It's a money thing.
That's all. It's a money thing.
Money and power.
It's greed, power, and supremacy. The greed between Americans, the greed between the Russians, the greed between the Ukrainians themselves, the greed between NATO. Now, U.S. is strongly behind the NATO, and they want to patch their camp in Ukraine. Ukraine is not part of the NATO yet, but they are flirting with NATO. Now, what I'm about to say is a very heavy one, but take it. What is happening to Russia is that to every case there are two sizes. Russia is fighting like a father who all of a sudden here, a pedophile is coming to stay very close to my daughters. And I know the man is a pedophile, so I'm not going to let him stay in the neighborhood. So NATO want to patch their military equipment, camp, logistics in the border of Russia, close in Ukraine. And the Russians know if this thing happens, it's not in their interest. Now, what I keep saying is that in war, it's like we are in the boxing arena. Nobody knows who wins. Anything can happen. As we speak now, it goes without saying that even though China decided to abstain in the voting, they are strongly behind the Russians. I know the North Koreans will be behind the Russians.
Yeah, they abstained.
And then the Americans are also very strong behind NATO. We know what that is. So this war, for me, is something we should take care of and look at carefully. We don't want to spark another third world war. And what is happening now is going to be having a very strong ripple effect on we as a nation. Are going to spark up, and that is going to affect a lot of countries, and especially those of us here who think we are very far from Russia and Ukraine should not think it's not going to have an effect on us at all. It's going to have a very strong effect on us. Russians have over 2 million soldiers who are fighting. Ukraine has just about 250,000 soldiers. But the support they are both getting, people behind the scenes are sparking these things. So it is greed and fight of diplomacy that is letting it. But let's come back to our own places. I have an issue now, Kavui. Hungary is a Schengen country. Czech Republic, Slovak are Schengen countries. It means their visitors can take you to all over Europe except United Kingdom. Ukraine is not a Schengen country. So anybody who gets a visa for Ukraine, go to Ukraine. You cannot go to England, you cannot go to other European countries. And so most of our students, and that is a problem and challenge we are having for the past 1 week now, most of the students that have had a chance to enter into places like Czech Republic or Hungary, some of them in their ignorance think that they can stay over. But those countries, I stayed in Hungary for nearly 7 years. It's a police state. You can be hidden in the toilet or in the bathroom in your kitchen for 72 hours. After the 72 hours, they will find you out. A lot of parents have sent me emails and texts asking if their children can stay in their state. It doesn't work like that. What government is doing, I'm happy with the joint effort from NDC, MPP. In fact, this is the first time in this past few years that I've seen NDC and MPP come together to find a common goal. And I really give credence to all of them. What the Foreign Affairs Minister has been doing in the past few days, I saw our young brother Okujetua Braka in East Europe, and I was very happy that at least NDC MPP is coming together to realize that we have a common goal together, children. Let's get the children to come back to Ghana first. Most of the children whose parents are a little bit ignorant, maybe, who are forcing them to find a way of sneaking out, they'll become very vulnerable. In Eastern Europe, there's no wisdom in staying there if you have nothing to do. They'll find you out. Secondly, what I keep telling the students is that if you're a final year student, 4th year student, 5th year student, writing your dissertation, or even any subject you are doing, why do you become a cleaner and an illegal immigrant in the country when you can come back to Ghana and restart your life afresh? And you'll be surprised you can be integrated into a system here. You go back. Those of us who stayed a little longer in Europe, we stayed because we had something doing. I was into research, I was married there, I had something doing there. But even that, I would not recommend that for anybody. Get our foundations right so that we don't get ourselves messed up. And there's a lot of history behind this thing.
So it's a 100-year thing that is expressing itself right now.
Expressing
and if you see the map that we have on the screen right now, Ukraine is like the buffer between the NATO countries and
exactly.
And
so that is why the Russians are getting. So this issue we are talking about, I think, and I wanted to create a balance here. All of us seem to be very concerned about what Russia is doing in Ukraine, but the Russians themselves are not safe now. So if you have a child in Russia, start thinking about how that child can also, because anything can happen at any time. And for those of us who have lived in that belt, they are very closely knitted. But don't forget, it's a very large Russian community. Is about 1/5 of the whole world. It's a huge territory. And that is why we are talking about certain parts of Ukraine that are so close to Russia, very far. Because the neighboring countries like Austria, like Slovenia, like Croatia, like Poland, like Romania and Hungary and others. And of course, we should also get this thing to parents. Let us not abuse the goodwill and the benevolence of a lot of philanthropists who are helping Ghana. Ghana has had a soft spot for most of those countries for Ghana, because over the years, those of us who went to school, they did very well. Hungary, for instance, has been giving scholarships to Ghana since 1959.
Till date?
Yes. And as we speak now, we just finished the interview. 100 students are going from Hungary to Ghana in the next few months.
Are they worried with what is happening now?
Not at all. They are very excited. In fact, Hungary is one of the most peaceful. Hungary is geographically the center of Europe. And that is why most of the children who have gotten there from Ukraine, some of them don't think they have to continue. Remember, most of Kwame Nkrumah's advisors came from Hungary. The 7 years roadmap of Ghana was drawn by the Hungarians. And VRA, most of these things we have in Ghana today, the people, the brain behind them were Hungarians. Black Stars' first foreign coach was a Hungarian. So Hungary has played a lot of role in Ghana because of that over the years. And for those of us who went there, that by the grace of God we excel. Ghana has a very good relationship with Hungary. In the past 5 years, if you hold a Ghanaian diplomatic passport or service passport, you don't need a visa to go to Hungary. And now the Hungarians have extended it that every student, every individual, every Ghanaian who holds a Ghanaian passport or Ghanaian identity that is coming from Ukraine for the purpose of this situation should enter the country free. Guess what most of the Ghanaian students are doing? They are dragging with them other foreign nationals who are not Ghanaians.
And trying to pass them off as Ghanaians.
Pass them off. So some of them say, I don't have money. So the last time we had a meeting at the International Conference Center, I admonished the parents to ask their children to be wise. In your bid to do that, and you say you've lost your passport, now, as you sit, I will all sit now, nobody can tell who a Notna is. Nobody can tell who an Ewe is. Nobody can tell who a Ga is. So by the time you realize you are a Ghanaian, all right, but they are probing into you, and that will make genuine people lose their identity. So I think the parents should wake up. And then also another problem I realize that most parents are very quick to find out what their children will be doing when they come here, instead of thinking about how to get them to safety first. Learn how to crawl, to walk, to run before we learn how to fly. Let us get the children to safety first, and then the next one will follow.
Thank you very much for your insights. I mean, you've really educated us a lot on the whole dynamic in that part of Europe. And we just pray that for those who have ears, let them listen. Last topic before I release you back to your duties for the day. It has to do with You Start. So it's an employment initiative that the finance minister has been talking about. It's tied to trying to provide opportunities for the youth. And Daily Graphic has a story on that. You Start kicks off April. Pilot has been successful, says the finance minister. Ghanaian Times, same thing. Expected to create 1 million jobs in 3 years. Sheikh, if you were to sit down with a youth, a young person who doesn't have a job and is looking for opportunities, what would you be telling these young people with respect to this particular initiative?
You see, opportunities are fleeting advantages. That's why I said that when the opportunity brings itself, you grab it. Yeah. And given the current situation, any policymaker or any government will be a liar if it tells you within the next week I can provide jobs for all the teeming youth. That is our reality, and given the current economy, so such policies are probably intended to give some long-term solutions to. You see, we need to build up our private sector. Yes, and we want to also build the entrepreneurial capacities of our young people, in order that through their entrepreneurial initiatives, they can also open up wider job opportunities. Can you imagine if one young person is able to be successful in his entrepreneurship? How many people, now people are talking of McDan and the rest. Yeah, it is through such efforts. And now look at how many people is he employing. In matters of entering into production, added value to what we have. If you have our teeming youth entering into it in agriculture, can you imagine how, even apart from the advantage it brings to them, what it will also do to our economy? Because we are an economy that is dependent on import, and that's why our city is not able to match. Industrialization is at its lowest ebb. Is now the idea to do one district, one factory? Brilliant idea, and I support it 100%, provided we have put in place all the necessary conditions that will allow industrialization to develop at a faster rate. Because that is the only way we can go and provide opportunities. So probably this one is a starting point. And I will encourage our youth, any young person who has the opportunity, who has the capacity to take advantage of this, to take advantage of it. Let's see how it goes, so we all become part of the process to ensure the economy flourishes and booms to the point that we can be very comfortable. Look, so that we even go travel to Ukraine.
Stay here, do our thing.
I mean, why? Is it Ali Mazuri, who talks about the pull-in factors and the push-out factors? It's the push-out factors that is leading our young people. So let's create a atmosphere in our country. Stay here, build, and be safe.
Sheikh Aramiya Shaibu speaks for the National Chief Imam of Ghana. Hope the woman is well.
The man is doing very well.
Fantastic.
Very, very strong.
Are you updating about Ukraine and Russia?
Everything. I mean, he sent me to Egypt about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was good. I have to cite Ghana as a model,
yes,
of interfaith harmony. That is helping, contributing to the peace of our country.
Okay. And Reverend Dr. Tete, I mean, still engaging with these kids who are coming in from Ukraine?
Yeah, in fact, we have a lot of work doing now. And I must also even thank Hungary. I'm being given the highest award.
Oh, wow.
By the president in Hungary.
What's it called in Hungarian?
It's called no job. This is a big one. Wow. It's like the highest crown.
Fantastic.
And so it comes with a big deal. So
you travel there, you come here.
Well,
when will they confer the honor on you?
It's going to be next month.
Next month.
And they ask whether I want it to be done here or done there. I want it to be done there.
Of course.
So my people can come with me.
Maybe so. Congratulations. Congratulations. And Dr. Tete is a very humble and unassuming chap, but a lot of the stuff that is going on here with respect to Hungary, he is. We want to say congratulations to you. Keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing.
I thought I should say this publicly to appreciate Hungary, because it was a surprise to me. And when I was asked last week by the ambassador to sign whether I was accepting, I could have even signed it over the phone.
Yes. The breakfast team, show team would like to accompany you to go and cover that.
I think we should be able to.
Yeah, we should do that. All right, nice one. Thank you very much. And now to Manye for 2 minutes of messages.
Coolio. Here's one from Papi Josh. Says, "Good morning, my people. Thanks to all the cast for upholding our." So now we are cast. We are acting, upholding our culture and traditions. It is time to walk in wisdom. Sitting behind the table and typing fire and brimstone helps no one. Like the pastor on the set said, good and faithful words calm the soul. That's what Josh picked from conversation. Sami says, good morning, you're doing a great job and we like that. Aaron says, good morning to you. Entrepreneurial skills development is something that we all must support or advocate for. We always use developed or advanced economies, i.e. USA, UK, France, Germany, etc. as a yardstick to measure our success, although we are not in anywhere close to their advancement in technical know-how. The point is the government of Ghana must give enough and adequate room in supporting entrepreneurs or skills development in a long term will put the economy in its right perspective. Aaron Babako Kokomisa sent us that. From Latte Biokoshi, Paulus is also joined the party, aren't you? We've been doing this since July of last year. So thank you for loving us. We love you too. That's why we try to always bring you the very best of our culture, as we are doing throughout this month of March. Back to you, Kaf.
Okay, so Nana Kwachi Ajiman was the president of NUGS Chernivtsi in Ukraine, and he sits down with Daryl Alan Tego to shine a light on his experience in the country of Ukraine. Let me leave some small education for you. So what I'm wearing here is called Togbanya. Today is World Hearing Day, but the Togbanya is the opposite of hearing. So To means ear. Those are my ears there, in case you are thinking. Is to refuse. I refuse. And then nya is matter. So when you say Togbanya, it means that the ear that refuses to hear the matter. And our people in the village, they don't want to hear your matter. Yes, they cover the thing around their head like that. They're not going to hear you. This is Jonu, beads, Jonu. And I'm going to stand up so I show you what I'm wearing. Yeah. So it's called, it's Avoy, Mesavodali. No. Mesavodali, Sa means to tie. Avo is cloth. Ali is waist. All right, that's my waist. So Mesavodali, I've put on the cloth around my waist. I want to dance Agbaja for you. So you go. I'm going to work on my steps. And the next time you see me, I'll be here with Stephanie Benson. We'll talk music, life, and why she's so naughty. Stay with us, don't go anywhere. Hashtag GTV Breakfast. Hashtag Heritage Month on GTV. Nyagadogo. We.
I'm 7 years old. Beep, beep, beep. I am 4 years old.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, HIV-positive expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about antiretroviral treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Welcome to Malaria 360. COVID-19 seems to be getting all the attention lately, but right here, our focus is on malaria. I know we've all become a little paranoid lately. At the onset of the slightest fever, we begin to imagine things and start popping pills, but this is wrong. A simple test at a health facility is all you need to confirm.
On the 24th of February, the world woke up to a rather unfortunate situation in Ukraine, where Russia aggressively invaded Ukraine. And this set the world into a certain frenzy of either panic, anxiety, especially for families who have relatives in Ukraine. And the world sort of almost came to a certain standstill, wondering whether or not this is going to be a day or two event and that'll be it. As we speak today, events are still unfolding, and to some people it's getting even worse, especially if you live in Sumy, somewhere in Ukraine. Thankfully, a few of our compatriots arrived in the country a couple of days ago, and we interacted. But we want to know what it felt like being caught up in such a situation where neither yourself nor your country has anything to do with what is happening. We caught up with Nana Kwache Agyeman earlier when we had spoken to his dad, and we saw the father and son affair unfold at the airport. We've come close up to experience what he went through. And so without much ado, I'm going to go around and speak to Nana Kwache Agyeman, a fifth-year medical student in Ukraine, who is now...
Just mine.
Thank you so very much. It's GTV, so I mean, it's a discussion as I had earlier mentioned. Nana, first of all, you have been in Ukraine for 5 years.
Yeah.
So if anything, I probably would want a Ukrainian greeting, but I can only do a Polish yaksmish.
So yaksmish, I know.
Oh, you know that one too?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Right, okay, so tell me, what is life in Ukraine like? I mean, you've been there since 2017, so what would it be like?
So it's a very peaceful place. It's very interesting. The people are hospitable, they are respectful, and they are ready to help. I mean, it's very, very peaceful. As I was saying, a place that you can go out and come around 2 a.m., 3 a.m., walking alone with no one violating your rights. So you can imagine, it's very peaceful. I can't do that in Ghana. Go out and come home around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. It's very risky.
Why can't you?
Because it's risky. I mean, armed robbers around, people will try to do something funny.
Did you have friends in Ukraine who are indigents, nationals of Ukraine?
Yeah, a lot of indigents are my friends.
So let me find this out. During your studies, was there a time when you felt, uh-oh, it's going to go bad?
I mean, As a student, in my second year, I felt that way because I was actually struggling a bit with biochemistry, and that was the only point I felt like I'm not able to do this. But I mean, I was able to successfully pass through, and aside that, I mean, nothing negative has come along the line.
Now, so tell me, walk me through some of the interesting things you encountered or got involved in Ukraine.
So in Ukraine, a lot of conferences. I got involved in a lot of conferences. I had myself in the academic council of my school. I had myself in the students' council of my school. I had myself voting for some positions to be professors. I found myself leading my group as well. I think basically these are the things I can recollect now.
What was the road to becoming the president? Nugs.
Okay, so I didn't plan on becoming the president though.
Okay.
I was a member. I served for the general secretary for the EC in the national. I served as a treasurer for my local as well for 2 years. And it got to the time that no one was vouching to be the president. And I was like, I can't sit down for this union to come down. So I need to take up and then take the spot. And I did.
Tell me, where were you on the 24th?
I was in my room, sleeping.
How far are you from Kiev?
With bus, I am 10 hours away from Kiev, approximately 13, 14 hours from Kiev.
So when the news broke that Russia had eventually invaded Ukraine, what was the mood like? How did you feel about it?
To be honest, I got a call from one of my friends, and he broke the news to me. I was like, bro, I got scared. But I mean, as a leader too, you need to step up and not show that you are scared, because you need to calm down your subordinates. So I never showed I was scared. I never showed I was panicking. But deep down, I felt that in my bones.
What was the first thing you did?
The first thing I did was to contact my vice president, to contact one of our ex-presidents, and then told them that we had a small meeting. Tomorrow, I need you to go looking for buses, and I would go to the school and talk to them that we are leaving. And also in the morning, I would talk to the national presidency, and then let them know that we are going to start the evacuation, and also talk to the government as well. So that was my plans at that dawn, and then we executed them in the morning.
What was the level of cooperation on the part of the school, and what did the school do in order to help speed up your desire to evacuate?
So the school actually brought out forms for us to fill, an e-visa form to enter Romania. We did that, and also at a point we weren't able to continue with the filling of the form because some details were actually missing. So we put that one to a halt. And also when I went to them to tell them that we need to move, the school called the consular in charge of Romania in Chernivtsi and spoke to her that her friends are coming, and then they should help them pass. And I think they also wanted to help out with buses, but then we have already done that ourselves, so we didn't take that favor from them.
So on the day you decided you want to move, was it your place or your job to mobilize, or because every one of your guys was aware what the situation is, you kind of like stuck close together so that if you have to, then you move as a pack?
Yeah, to be frank, students are living in apartments, students are living in hostels, and we are not that close, but then we have a WhatsApp platform where all information are being conveyed. So we told them that we need to go. We told them that there's a need for us to go. There's an agency for us to move from here. And willingly, if you are willing to move with us, let us know that we can inform the school and that we move together as one people. As we are speaking, we have a bus waiting for us at 3 or 2 p.m. so that we can move. So we told them that, and then 24 of them responded and was willing. I mean, in fact, all of them were willing to go, but at a point, 24 showed up, and we had Nigerians coming along with Zimbabweans. So in all, we were 37 to move on the 25th.
You have decided to move, but come that day, were you sort of listening to radio, monitoring television for what the events may be away from you or closest to you?
So I was off on social media for some time. So every news I got was from my subordinates, was from my members, was from the school, and also from friends. Every news I got, the invasion was from other people. I didn't seek them out myself at all because I didn't want to break down emotionally.
I've heard you and what efforts you made in getting the school to facilitate your evacuation. At what point did you get in touch with the Ghana Ministry for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration?
So I think the NUCS National, had an evacuation team and a committee being formed, and they were in constant communication with the government before the invasion actually started. So the news we were asked as local presidents to preach was to preach calmness, was to preach that people should be safe and then not anxious, was to preach that they should calm their parents back home down, and was to let them know that there are bomb shelters around we can go to, and then in case there is any bombing, here is where you have to stay. To let them know that wherever they are going, they should inform their local president, they should inform friends, they should move in groups. And I think that was the first step we actually took. But when I actually got in contact with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was on the 25th, through one colleague who had actually moved to Ghana already, Emmanuel Wuswefriye. He gave me some contacts, so immediately he gave me those contacts. I started making calls, and I got in touch personally with them, informed them about our evacuation plan, and it was swift and immediate. We got a letter before we arrived at the Romanian border that we would be given a pass. And all this while, I was also in constant communication with the national presidency, so they knew whatever that was transpiring between me and also the mission of my side of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, even though they were also communicating with them as well.
Did you ever have to take cover in a bunker?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
So, let's come back to that later on. Let's come back to that later on.
Come back to that later on?
Yeah.
Right. After you'd gotten in touch with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ghana and they've sort of responded, what was their level of cooperation on their part to ensuring that if anything there is X, Y, or Z posts you can approach to also help in facilitating your exit?
Yeah, so they told us that with regards to the ministry, they told us that there are several neighboring countries that are ready to help us evacuate, and also they were constantly insisting that we come together, converge at maybe one place. We know where each one of us is residing, so that we can easily mobilize and then move as one. That was a bit of a challenge because some were complying, some wasn't at all, and in most cities, students moved by themselves. I mean, they weren't really assisted by. They didn't take the assistance of the NUCS and then the government. So they actually moved by themselves, and I think that's the issue we had, because we were taking directives from them, and then these are the directives we communicated with our students.
Being the NUCS president for your community or your town, what were some of the things your colleague students were coming to you with? Some of the complaints, some of the worries, some of the anxieties? What were some of them? Can you share them?
So students came with, is your plan legit? Are you sure we are going to cross? Is the government actually going to help us? When are we going to complete school? Would we be able to come back to study? Is school going to a halt? Is the school helping us? Are you sure everything will come to a standstill? Are you sure cool heads are going to prevail? Aren't you sure we are never coming back? Do we have a chance of getting our transcripts? Can we transfer? These were numerous questions coming in. And even parents were actually also calling to ask, what if what you are deciding for them is not worth it?
You felt a bit pressured to say something you're not even sure about?
Yes, because the information we were getting from, at the time before the ministry has already sent us the letter, we were on our way to the border. So I need to constantly assure them that we are going to cross, knowing deep down it's a 50-50 situation. Because the school called them and they were like, okay, but you know, these people can say yes, and then you get to the border, it's a different whole story together. So that was the point. I wasn't too much sure, but I was very confident in conveying the fact that we are going to cross until we got a letter from the ministry.
Talking about parents, at what point did you decide to speak to your parents to sort of reassure them that you're okay, you're fine, everything is all right?
Again, throughout the journey, throughout the Russian troops trying to surround the border, I kept on telling my mom that I'm fine. My dad was actually calm, but my mom kept on calling, Nana, you need to come. My aunties kept on calling, you need to come home. My cousins kept on calling, you need to come home. But it was a different story in the media and a different story on the field in Ukraine at that time before the invasion had started, because everything was moving on smoothly. No violence, no tension, no sort of pressure. Everything was running on smoothly. But then I spoke to my parents about me leaving for Romania when I successfully got into Romania.
So they were in the dark. Didn't know you had left?
No.
Until you arrived?
Yeah.
Why did you choose to do that?
Because I wasn't sure I was going to pass, and I didn't want to tell them that I'm moving to the border, knowing that internet could be an issue, knowing that I can't be on constant conversation with them. That would be too much for them to carry. I mean, they will be in much suspense to know what is happening. So I decided to put that down.
So you've got the school's effort, you've got that of the ministry's effort in Ghana, and you have decided, now this is it, we're going to go. Tell us, from where you were to the Romanian border, how long was it and what did you have to go through?
So we intended on leaving around 2 p.m. from Chernivtsi, but students were late, so we left around 3:30, and then we started moving to the border. So we hired a bus, as I told you. We walked our way 20 minutes towards the border, and then we realized that we are sitting in the bus for almost 2-3 hours without the car not moving. So that was when I got down with my vice president and then an ex-Nuks Chernivtsi president. We decided to stroll and then see if we can get to the border ourselves and then let our people come along if it's not too far. So we walked for almost 30 minutes, we weren't getting anywhere. So we stopped and asked one Ukrainian lady, and then she told us that if we are supposed to walk, it's going to take us almost 1.5 hours. So we go back to the bus, told them that we need to walk because, I mean, we can't be in the bus forever and we need to cross this border today. So we need to walk. So yeah, we told them, and then we convinced them that we would go. The issue was with the carrying of luggages, because the girls had a lot of things with them. We, the guys, traveled very light, but our women were having saucepans. I mean,
Really?
you can imagine. I don't know what they are going to cook at the border though, but they had these things in their bags, so we had to take their luggages and then give ours to them, and then help them know that we are with them and then we are going to cross.
Any of your guys who decided, no, I am not going to go, you may go, but I would stay?
Yeah, as Nuks Chernivtsi, we had 37 people and then 24 came along. So I think 13 people were left behind. Yeah, no
Have
goal
you
winners.
heard from any of them?
Yeah, successfully all of them have crossed now. One is in Hungary, and then the rest are in Romania.
You have friends in Sumi?
Yes.
How are they?
Very bad. I mean, it saddens my heart a lot because I am back home granting interviews. It looks like everything is fine, but deep down, we can't celebrate as a union if we don't have them with us. So it's very worrisome. He tells me that they can't go anywhere. Foods are in shortage, roads are blocked, railway stations are being broken, bridges are broken. So there's no way to out. So we don't know, but the government is still assuring us that the fact that they would aid in evacuating them. Just yesterday, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine had tweeted that they urge all countries to talk to Russia so that they halt their mission in Sumi, so that the foreigners can actually evacuate and then they can continue with them. So we are hoping to hear something good out of the students in Sumi. But as of now, we have no idea how.
If you had to take cover in a bunker, even in that distance from Sumi, what do you think psychologically your colleagues in Sumi will be going through?
Mentally, emotionally, psychologically stressed. Some suicide. I mean, some would need to stay and then encourage others, but until when?
So let me try and take you back a bit. Were you to be in Sumi, you would have more than likely be trying to shelter in a bunker. Being a student leader, do you feel at this point that perhaps your not being there and you being here is a letdown to some of them?
I mean, we can take this from two sides. I'm a local president for Chenifsi, and I know that leadership, successful leadership, is based on what you've been able to accomplish. I am my locals are safe. All of them have been able to evacuate into neighboring countries. But when we talk as Nooks in general, I have let them down because as a leader, I need to stay behind and make sure they also come out.
Do you feel like going back to help?
It's not advisable to go back to help because how am I even entering Sumi? How? It's not possible.
Did you ever hear any bombs drop or shelling somewhere, somehow?
Yeah, they are having reports of attacks over there, but I think for some days now, the place has been quiet for some time.
When you set off and you found, due to traffic, you couldn't continue, and then having to walk 30 minutes and realizing you're going nowhere, and so you had to come back, was there a point where you felt, tell you what, whatever happens is okay, I'm not going anywhere?
No, I never felt that way because, I mean, whilst we were trekking, we were cracking jokes, we were singing along, we were laughing at each other. I mean, war veterans, giving ourselves war veterans. I'm the Major General, I'm the Brigadier. So the journey was long, but we made it fun for the girls and for ourselves because we couldn't afford, where we got into, we can't go back. So we just need to face the reality and move towards the border. I never felt like coming back when I was on trek.
Speaking to your dad, he spoke very highly of your confidence, you being a very confident person. Was there a point where you felt your confidence has helped a great deal so that you stayed calm and you weren't moved by whatever?
Yes, it helped me in so many ways because I was the last person to actually cross the border. amongst the people I went with. We got there around 6 p.m. They all crossed successfully, and I crossed around 5 a.m. So you can imagine, I was left alone, and they were already in Romania, and I had to find my way out. So at a point, I felt like even creating a scene so that they can have sympathy on me and let me pass, but I was like, no. I mean, other people are also here. We are going to go together. So my confidence helped me a lot. It actually helped me a lot, because there are a lot of people who were doubting the fact that we can move, and when they saw that we successfully moved, they were also, I mean, prompted and urged to, and saw the urgency to also come along. So yeah, it helped in so many ways.
Take us to the border when you arrived. We heard stories of you being separated into women and children and men on the one hand. In any case, women were considered rather quickly, and you guys were made to wait and wait and wait. While you were waiting and women were being made to cross, what were your emotions?
I mean, we are in a country where state of emergency has been declared, and if you understand state of emergency, it means military is taking control now. So from knowing this knowledge, I wasn't bothered at all, because from when they say no is a no, when they say yes is a yes. You can't convince a military man, as we know. So we got to the border. I mean, children weren't at a particular place, mothers weren't at a particular place. We were all mixed up at one place, and then finding our way to cross the border. So the man was saying, was very clear, Ditia Zinochi, the VI, it means women, children, you can go. So when you're a woman and then you can find a way in front, because there are also men in front, you can find a way in front. When he gives that order, that means you can pass. So it was about the survivor of the fittest over there. Regardless of your color, regardless of your race, if you're a woman and you have a child, or if you're a woman and you don't have a child, you can go. But the issue was with the indigents. I mean, their men have an age number or a range between 16 and 60.
16 60.
16 and then 60. I stand to be corrected though. 16 and 60, and that if you fall between this category, you can't be allowed to cross to the neighboring country. You need to sit down and fight for your country. So these are men that have families as well. So they also brought their families to the border and insisted that since they are also going to fight and stand for the nation, their families deserve the privilege to move first. So that was where there was a little bit of banter between the foreigners and then the Ukrainians. But I've heard of people complaining at the Polish border that foreigners weren't allowed to go at all, which was very bad. I didn't encounter that. People in Hungary, I've not heard any issue of that. Slovakia, I've not heard any issue of that. Romania, I've not heard any issue of that. But with the Polish border,
we picked up stories of apart from the segregation into women and children and men on the one hand, when it comes to crossing, there's also another watering down of the categories. And so even though you're a woman, you're also separated by color. And so if a white woman had to cross and you black women happen to be the first, there's a very good chance you're going to be made to step aside for the white person to be.
In Romania, what I witnessed wasn't like that. If he's calling for only girls, whether black or white, you move. If he's calling for women with children, whether black or white, you move. If he's calling for men, whether black or white, you move. Whether foreigner, you move. So for our experience in Romanian border, honestly, I didn't experience that, but other people from different borders experienced these kind of things. And I think I picked up one story at the Romanian border where they were also saying the same thing you are saying. But for me and my 37 people that we came, I mean both Ghanaian and Nigerians and Zimbabweans, we didn't experience that because we set off early. We came early.
Was there a point where you had to pay your way? Because we also hearing that in some locations there are roadblocks, and obviously if you don't pay, you don't get to go through the roadblock even before you get to a border. Did you have to go through that?
Any of that. Chernivtsi is very near to Romania. Maybe it's because of that we didn't experience these kind of things. No, we didn't experience that, not at all.
No.
But there are stories too about that. People are complaining about that in other areas of the country.
Do you get to sleep?
For 1 week, I've not had a good sleep for 1 week. Since, I think, 22nd or so. I've been on the move.
Could you sleep ever at any point from the 24th until you exited?
The first time I think I had not a good sleep, but I mean a little bit of nice sleep was in Qatar Airlines when I was coming home.
I see. Now, talk to me. There is this idea that obviously, because you have been, there is so much pressure on you to at least prove your leadership skills. Did you feel challenged somehow to think, well, I came on my own. Being Nook's president locally is only a title. I can't be bothered.
I was challenged. I mean, my parents were willing to pay for my flight before the invasion. My mom was actually also willing, aside my dad also willing, my mom was actually willing. And she was given massive pressure to him to let me come home, regardless of whatever title I hold. But I realized at a point, my dad came in finding means to communicate to me that I'm a leader, I shouldn't come home. He wasn't very straightforward, but I got what he was trying to say. And that was a sort of...
a soldier will always be a soldier.
I know, right? And that was kind of something I picked up and to move together as one community.
We still need to understand this. Throughout the invasion, the shelling, the bombing, there was once when we saw a convoy marching from Russia 16 kilometers long. How did that make you feel?
I mean, as usual, panic, anxious. It's very funny how these people are treating the Ukrainians, and it's actually having an impact on our lives because we weren't prepared for this. We didn't sign up for this, and it's very sad. It's very, very, very sad. Emotionally and mentally challenging.
So what do you do when you panic?
I listen to songs.
Now take us back again. We really need to get to this. Now, if you take cover in a bunker, what necessitated it?
Can you come again?
What necessitated you running into a bunker? What made you run into a bunker?
The fact that I don't have answers to what they're asking me for.
Answers to what they're asking?
Some questions that came to me, I didn't have answers to them, and no one could provide me with answers until for some time.
What were some of the questions?
Are we going to die? Are you sure you are worth your position?
Did you feel the threat of death?
Yeah, because people were dying. People were actually dying. But not Ghanaians, but people were actually dying. So, yeah, we felt that way before we could go at any point in time.
What was your relationship with your indigenous Ukrainian course-mates, colleagues, friends?
I mean, we had a very nice relationship. I had friends across, friends from Kharkiv. I mean, everywhere I got to, I tried my best to make at least one friend. So I had a lot of friends around the country, and these were people that has helped me and then impacted my life. Any list information they get, they let me know. Because one of my friends were actually aided us in calling the Romanian border to ask them that if we come, would they let us pass? And then they were like, yes. And that also formed a base for our decision to move to the border. So they've been of massive help to me, and they're very good people. And I know some are still volunteering to help those who are around.
Being here and knowing they've been conscripted into the army somehow to go defend their nation, and therefore there is a very likely chance of them dying. How do you feel about that?
I feel sad and heartbroken. I don't want to even think about that because it's going to be a whole lot for me. It's going to be a whole lot.
How do you wake up every morning?
Calls. I wake up to calls.
And what do you do when you get those calls?
Try my best to find the right possible solution or answer to the questions I'm getting. Because a lot of people are calling. People are having different challenges over there. Some are not able to cross because they are saying that they don't have passports. There's a whole lot transpiring around. Yeah, I have my passport.
Was it necessary you go for it at that time, or you kind of, because it was close by, you just picked it up?
It was close by, so I just picked it up. I'd already packed my suitcase for my evacuation, so I just lifted that bag and then went along. We preached that news to them as well. Get your bags around in case of anything. We move any moment from now. So yeah, they were away. Everyone did the same.
You still have some Ghanaians in Sumi?
Yeah, a lot.
Are you in touch with them?
Yeah, I'm in touch with one or two. With the national PRO, I'm in touch with him almost every day.
What are they telling you?
They are mentally broken, they are emotionally broken, physically they are also broken because foods are in shortage and they don't know what's going to happen next over there. They really need to get out. And I think the government can play a massive role in this, even though there are steps taken towards for their evacuation. They should actually push this thing forward, engage international bodies. It's not too much, so that we can help them evacuate, because they need to come home so that we can celebrate this victory together.
Do you know what they get up to, or how they're sheltering, what life is for them in Abanka if they have to?
They are just there encouraging each other. Some are mentally strained, and the strong ones are covering the weak ones. But the question I ask myself is, until when would they continue to survive?
So tell me about your experience in Abanka.
So, I mean, it was just me and my roommate. We had our flatmate moving down into one bunker around, and we followed up. We didn't know why, but we just followed up. I mean, they are running, so you need to also follow up. We followed up, and then we got there. We spent almost 3-4 hours, and then they told us that now we can. The bunker, poor internet connection, no lights. You just there, very dusty, very not a pleasant place to be at all.
And in that 4-hour period, what did you do?
Just pray to God. God help us.
What were some of the things you saw in the bunker?
Children were crying. Parents were assuring them that everything will be okay, and they kept on assuring themselves that they'll get through this. The men played a huge role, and some women as well also played a huge role in trying to calm down the situation over there.
Given your place and where you found yourself, if you had to help someone in the bunker, what would that be, and did you have to do it?
I needed to just console one child that is going to be fine. That was the only role I played over there, because they were actually indigents and we were the only two blacks over there. So that's the only role we played. And then as roommates, we were just laughing over the issue. Medical Dr. Spana, Esha Form C. I mean, we were just trying to create jokes out of the tensious atmosphere.
Were there Ukrainian men with you in the bunker?
Yeah, they were.
Did you count them?
Not really. I think 6 or 7.
What was their mood?
They were very strong. They were showing resilience, and they were still encouraging their wives and children. They were, I mean, kudos to them. Massive respect to them.
When you came out of the bunker, what was the first thing you did?
I went to take a shower.
Because of dust?
I don't like dust at all. I went to take a shower and then moved straight to my bed and I slept.
Now you've arrived in Romania. How long did it take you to jump on a plane from Romania? And did you have to travel away from Romania in order to catch a flight?
So in Romania, we got to Romania. Luckily for us, I told you my people had already crossed, so they got in touch with the Church of Pentecost.
Okay.
Even though there were buses that were volunteering to move, every foreigner to respective hotels, and there were people actually sharing gifts, SIM cards, foods, drinks, all sort of things. The Church of Pentecost facilitated us with getting a secured bus to wait for everybody to cross before that bus moves. In getting at a hotel in a place called Suceava. So we spent, we left there around 6-7 a.m. in the morning. That was on the 26th. We left there around that time, and we spent, I think, 6 hours at the hotel, and from there we moved to Bucharest. Okay. So from Bucharest at the airport, we waited for some time for the ministry, and then they sent in Honorable Tijani to get us to our respective hotels in Bucharest, and then from there we had our flights, and then we came back home on the 28th and then 1st of March.
How much did it cost you to jump on a plane?
Nothing. The government paid for everything. I don't know the prices, but then
the government of Ghana paid.
The government of Ghana paid for everything. Yeah. Our stay in Bucharest, our foods, and our flights, our COVID tests, everything was done by the government of Ghana.
How do you feel?
I feel proud of my country, because I heard that we are the first people to evacuate. 17 is not quite a number, but 17 people to their countries, and I know that from tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, students will just be flying into Ghana from their respective neighboring countries. So massive good work from the government, and we respect that, and we honor that as NUCS Ukraine and as citizens of Ghanaians.
There were some among those who came with you who's muted out the word that they actually paid for their own flights.
Yeah, that was true. Some people actually are paying for their own flights, and this is because
some who came with you, among the 17 of you who came, I'm not sure about the Qatar Airlines, but there was also one person who arrived by Turkish airline. Some among your batch, they paid for their flight home.
With Qatar Airlines, it was fully supervised by the government. The girl who took the Turkish airline actually paid for her flight. This was because of miscommunication. We are moving as a group, and if we move as a group, we need to be in constant conversation. So I think their parents actually bought the flight for them, and then they were like, hey, as soon as you get to Bucharest, join the next available flight and come on. But we were also advocating the fact that the government is taking care of that, so please chill and let's wait on them to get us the flight. So it was a little bit of miscommunication, but the government is willing to help anybody who reaches out to him. But if you don't reach out to him or her, how are they going to help you?
Nana Kwache Ajiman, it's been great chatting with you. Just before I take leave, to that camera for me and say something to the nation and also to your friends out there who are watching you online.
So to the people of Ghana, we thank you for your support. We thank you for being with us through this storm. And I also want to take this platform to thank the government of Ghana, thank the Almighty God, thank NUCS Ukraine, and also thank everybody who has stood behind us to this point. What I want to say is that everyone will come back home safe, and I know that our people in Sumi would also come and join us very soon. The government is trying its possible best to get the people out of Sumi, but we also have a responsibility to also create awareness to the evacuation of Sumi. Let's not keep calm. Let's use our various platforms to create, awareness of the situation in Sumi and people stuck at the border. so that each one of us will come home safe, and then we all be fine, and in the end give glory and honor to God for what he has done for us.
Thank you very much. All too soon, we have come to the end of this discussion. We've been sitting down with Nana Kwache Ajiman, a fifth-year medical student who returned home from Ukraine. You gather he came home not because he wanted to, but the situation forced him. What we're unsure, though, is whether he will be willing to go back when the dust is finally settled. It's been great having you with us on #GTV Breakfast. Thank you very much for joining us.
Live scenes there from my colleague Alan Darrell, who spoke to one of the returned Ghanaian students in Ukraine, Nana Kwache Ajiman, sharing his experiences with us. Remember, government's efforts to evacuate Ghanaian nationals in that country from surrounding European countries continues, and we'll keep you updated on developments around this issue as we go along. For now, we focus inwards, and it's Ghana Month, and one of the historical towns in Ghana is Edriso, where the Ashanti Queen Ya Santua came from. We all know parts of that story. We know also how important sanitation is to Ghana as a whole, especially in this Heritage Month where we're expecting a lot of people to travel. So cleanliness and sanitation issues have come to the fore. There's a group that is going to engage other partners to organize a cleanup exercise in that iconic town, and they've sat with me with their partners from the Ministry of Water Resources this morning to have a quick chat about what the actual plan for the cleanup exercises is. So at the table with me is Engineer Godfred Fifi Buedi. He's a public health engineer at the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources. Godfred, morning and welcome. Right next to him, Isaac Frimpong, University Tourism President, also here to talk about the cleanup. Isaac, welcome.
Thank you.
So cleanup exercises, I mean, I'm sure a lot of us have taken part in some of these at one point in another, and I always wondered how important is this, or how significant is it for people to organize cleanup exercises from the ministry's perspective, Godfred?
Thank you. Good morning once again, Thelma, and then good morning to your cherished viewers. This morning, I'm here instead of the ministry, and we would like to we honestly welcome this idea of this cleanup exercise from this group, from the Tourism Association and then other associations in the country. It's important to us at the ministry because cleanup exercises are a way of setting the standard within the communities, towns and localities where we find ourselves. And it's not just to clean the place and go, but it's supposed to also imbibe within the inhabitants there the understanding and then the standards of keeping high environmental cleanliness in and around their vicinities. Okay, Isaac, tell us about this program. Why did you decide to take up cleanup exercises, and is it the first time you're doing it?
Okay, thank you very much, and then a very good morning to you and then our listeners and then viewers. Okay, the exercise, we have realized that the University Tourism Ghana and then there is Jumbo Foundation and other groups as well. We thought it wise. Sanitation is an aspect of development that contributes a lot. So embarking on exercise, cleanup exercise, we took it from two perspectives. One, in terms of tourism development, tourists would love to travel to disease-free area. So embarking on exercise to sanitize the place, tidy up the main cities, centers, will make the place look more attractive and appealing to potential travelers. And the second perspective has to do with the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDG number 7 and the sixth, the sixth one, talking about providing quality water resource and then sanitation to all people across the globe. So we also, Ghana can also contribute its quota to this global exercise by embarking on this particular exercise to tidy up the main city centers in the country. And this time around, it is not the first time. Since 2018, we had one with the Dorejambo team with Brikuso Traditional Council, and 2022 we had one in Kumasi, and then 2021, 24th of December, we had one in Central Region, South Pond, and this time around we are embarking on with the Ejiso Traditional Council, and we also move up from there when we are done with this particular one.
So university tourism is like a group of students who study tourism and hospitality stuff?
Yes, please. It's the students in the various tertiary institutions, including the Technical University, offering hospitality management, tourism management, and art and culture related disciplines.
Okay. Who are you targeting in this exercise? Who is taking part? Is it only the students?
No, please. This time we are engaging the Municipal Assembly, the Traditional Council.
The Ejiso Municipal Assembly?
Yes, please. The Traditional Council as well, the churches in the community, and then the students, and let's say the local communities as well. We've sent letters, and we are also doing the follow-up so that they will also get to know how the exercise will be going, and we are looking up to them to also show up on the day.
Okay, Godfred, give us an idea of what Ejiso's sanitation situation is like, and the outlook for this cleanup exercise. How big a challenge are these people taking on?
Yes, so thank you. So Ejiso is a historic town, as we are all aware of, and Ejiso, according to the 2010 population housing census, had a population of over 142,000. And from the 2021 population housing census, it reports that there is an estimated population. There is population of over 180,000. So you could see clearly that over this 11-year span, there is an increase of about 40,000 persons in Ejiso municipality. If you've been to Ejiso before, you realize that the principal streets of Ejiso is mostly occupied by traders who sell on the street, and by so doing, these activities generate solid waste. If you look at the data, the disposal trends in Ejiso, you see that Ejiso is mostly of a rural place, because from the 2010 census, we realized that over 72% of the Ejiso municipality are rural areas, and then the 2021 is telling us the urbanization has taken shape, and the rural areas have reduced to almost about 59%. What this means is that it affects the disposal trend, because since urbanization increases, then the generation rate also increases as well. And you could see that the disposal trends from the 2010, they relied mostly on public open dumps, and almost about close to a 70% dispose their waste in public open dumps. Now, from our data, it's telling us that has been drastically reduced and is hovering around 42% now. What it means is that there's still a lot of work to be done. The other concern we have is that burning, which used to be around 7% in 2010, has now increased to almost 23% in Ejiso. Okay. So what it means for us is that this cleanup exercises, in as much as it's been embarked, the sensitization that drives or goes with it has to focus on also admonishing the inhabitants after collecting the not to burn them, but make them available to the service providers for onward transport.
Righty. So I'll give perhaps the last word to you, Isaac. There's going to be a mini Deba. Why a Deba? Who's speaking at this Deba?
Okay, the Deba. We thought it wise that when the exercise is ongoing, we normally don't get time to sensitize the indigents or the volunteers, the people in the community. So having the Deba after the exercise will create a platform for us to sensitize, educate the people well that the sanitation or exercise is not just exercise like my brother made mention.
When is it happening? When is the cleanup?
The cleanup is 5th of March 2022. That is 6 a.m. in Ejiso, and we are all merging. The venue is the Ejiso Town Park. We all met, and then we group ourselves into let's say 4 or 5 groups, and then group A will take this road, and then when we are done, we all come back around 9 a.m., 10 a.m., and then we can begin with the deba. And we have our honorable minister for tourism also, and then the sanitation, and we have the regional commander for the district commander police, Ghana Police Service. Yes,
they will all be present.
Yes, and then the MC for Ejiso Municipal, they will also be there. And then last one, the acting president for musical, Uncle Bessa Simons, he will also be coming. And
great. It looks like you have a solid backing.
Yes, and then the entire Doris Jumbo Foundation, the University Tourism.
We wish you the very best in this campaign and your partnerships with the other authorities, the Ejiso Traditional Council and the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources as well. So Doris Jumbo Foundation organizing a cleanup exercise in Ejiso on the 5th of March. That's coming Saturday with its partners. Engineer Godfred Fifi Buedi is a public health engineer of the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And of course, Isaac Frimpong is with the University Tourism, and he is the president, also speaking for Doris Jumbo Foundation. We are gearing up to have a scintillating conversation with a sensational, phenomenal Ghanaian talent, and we'll be meeting Princess Equia Ohenewa after the break.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me Eugene. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pamper, so we try was suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do. We go straight to stardom. And I gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't code next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Yo, Stephanie. Hey, baby. You don't know what we have to do a thing, definite. I'm right here, darling.
Hey, Hill Beats and Craig.
Send you moving up.
on GTV, hashtag GTV Breakfast. And I've been joined for breakfast with international pop artist, the one and only, the ebullient, effervescent Stephanie Benson.
Hello.
Akwaba.
I'm back.
You just landed literally into the country.
Can you imagine? And look at me.
You look great.
Dressed for war.
Yeah.
Fit for a queen, right?
Yes, and you are
a king.
You are a real princess.
I am a real princess.
Give us your title.
My name is Akuya Ohinewa Esienim Akotokre Akwasahema.
This is not like this honorary doctorate degree that they give to you.
No. My mother gave me this name.
Okay.
I mean, when I was naughty at home, at the age of 3, 4, she used to call me this. Akuya, Akuya Hinewa, Akuya Hinewa Esienim Akotokre Akwasahema. Behave on. Yeah.
And you're still naughty.
I was born with it. It's in the blood. It's one of those things that, you know, it just happens. You know, sometimes when I'm about to be naughty, I tell myself, Akuya, jai wai. And then Akuya just doesn't listen.
Is it like a spirit or what? Is it,
yeah, it's just another, you know, person inside me.
Is it like an alter ego? I mean,
no, it's not an alter ego.
You.
My alter ego is Stephanie Benson.
Okay.
Mummy is Anne Shirley. And Akuya Hinewa is just naughty.
And who has come to sit with me today right now?
You see, I came in as Stephanie Benson, and you guys dressed me as Akuya Hinewa. So now I'm not even sure which one I'm going to be. I mean, look at this.
I think we like the naughty Akuya.
Yeah, I'm always going to be naughty though. Especially with you around, and that's good. And I'm looking.
Behave.
So my eyes, yeah.
I'm also looking.
They may be old, but I can see.
I'm also old, but I can also see.
You're not old. Well, not from what I see from here.
Listen, you had too much fun with Samini in that video. I mean, give us a story of that of one more.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is quite iconic, actually. Isn't that weird? I had such a lot of fun. I mean, Samini is just one of those people that you can't help but love. He's got this amazing demeanor, this very calm persona that is just beautiful, you know. And when I first met him, it was Cynthia Kwoku who introduced us. And it was instant. I saw him and I thought, oh, I mean, first I thought it'd be cool to shag him, but I'm married, so I couldn't. I can't say that, can I? Oh my God.
You can. You said it already.
Yeah, and then I thought, no, well, I'm married. That's not going to happen. You know, he probably would have been up for it because he's Samini, right? And then when we got past that bit, we started writing. You know, he was singing a little bit, and I was thinking, you know, give me one more, because with Samini. You just don't go once, do you? You have to go at least 3 or 4 times.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know? No, sorry. The ladies out there, you know, with Samini, you don't go once. It has to be over again. So I just thought, give me one more. And he went, Brana Beji, tell me over sliding and give me one more.
And then you're
saying, I was sort of imagining it. So it's imaginative writing. And it worked, and we had a lot of fun. I mean, look at the shower scene.
Ooh. It was hot.
No
body doubles, it was you.
It was me. Nah, he was touching. It was really cool. Yeah.
What does John think of all of this?
John knows.
John is your husband.
Yes.
Yes.
He knows he's the only one who's ever going to be inside me. So it's like, you know, I had to say that delicately. Yes. That was good, right?
Yeah, it was good.
Okay.
Very good. Yeah. Yeah, absorb all the punches, so you keep talking.
Yeah. So I think he really just didn't mind. It's like acting. You know, when you go and watch a film, people are kissing and whatnot. It doesn't mean they're doing anything. I wasn't doing anything. I was enjoying it, but, you know, it was fun. John doesn't mind at all.
Are you able to watch these videos with your children?
Yeah, my children watched it.
Okay, they're not shy. They're not shy of you.
No, my son was saying, okay, is it out? Can I show my friends? I said, of course. All his friends follow me. They love it.
What do you think of your career as a performer?
My children have always been backstage with me when I used to do the huge concerts and whatnot. I always used to take them with me. So they know what the showbiz thing is like. They really don't understand why, you know, some Ghanaians don't get me, because I think they've always got me from so young, and they know that I'm pretty harmless. And my husband knows who I am, what I am, how much fun I have performing. I've always been a performer. I used to be a musician initially, and then, you know, just discovered I could sing and then just left that behind. But yeah, I think all my children just love it.
As a musician, what were you doing?
Oh, I mean, I was in the National Academy of Music, so I used to play piano at the piano bar, Stringfellas.
Oh, you still play?
No, I've gotten really lazy. I play, of course, but not as well as I used to be able to play. You know, whereas before I could just sit and play anything. Now I have to think about it.
Who taught you?
My father.
Oh, your
My father taught me I was naughty, that's how he calmed me.
Okay.
He'll sit with me at the piano and he'll play the piano and it'll just make me feel calm.
And you were all girls, right?
All girls.
You,
4 girls.
then who's in line?
It's Belinda first,
Yes.
who's 1 year older than me. Then it's me, and then there's Akos, and then there's Patricia.
Okay, Akosia Japan.
Akosia Japan, yes.
Okay, and what kind of relationship do you have with her growing up?
I used to teach her everything. I mean, she's 3 years younger than me.
Mhm.
So it's like when I learned any dancing on, on TV, we used to watch a lot of American shows, Soul
Yes.
Train.
Yes.
And then I'll teach her, because I used to dance in competitions in Holy Child.
For real?
I went to Holy Child Girls.
Nice one. Holy Cook.
Yeah. Holy Cook.
To the world.
Yes. And I used to dance and sing and play the piano for people when, and whatnot. So I was a dancer first. So when Akos came, I was in year 5 and Akos came to year 1. Because I'm not being, you see. So they skipped me a couple of years. It's the way it is, I've been like that.
So we take her like that. Yes. So you taught her?
I taught her how to dance, and so when she came and started the competition, I was studying for my O-levels, so I just thought, oh, let the little girl take over. And now she thinks she's a EB. Oh, no,
Have you seen her since she came to town?
But I haven't seen her because I only just came, a day and a half ago, yeah.
Okay. How are things like in the UK? That's where you're based, right?
Oh, yes, of course.
What's
I
it
mean,
like?
I've been in the UK, stuck in my house for 2.5 years.
Oh, so we got you first?
You got me first. Actually, I went to Gibraltar first. But yeah, you have me, the proper country, yeah, you
right
have me
here.
first.
Okay.
And it's been hard. I think a lot of people are struggling with getting performances. Even now, it's opening up, but it's not as good as it used to be. I used to do some of the big charity events and, shows for the royal family and different, events. And now they sort of all tailored back because you can't have more than a certain amount.
So for you, somebody who lives off the buzz of the live audiences, to be cooped up like a prisoner for 2.5 years.
I took my frustration on Instagram. And you guys yeah.
Please follow her
my-
on Instagram.
With my sex talk.
Stephanie Benson live on Instagram.
Yeah.
You will not regret it. 160
I talk
stuff.
about everything. See, anything you want to know about marriage. I could come and live with you guys and just teach you a few things.
What would be the first thing you teach me?
First, I'll teach your wife how to do the velveteen rub.
Velveteen rub. Can you show me now?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, that's when, you see, when you're about to go down on a man, you have to put your lips around your teeth. That way you don't bite. He's comfortable then, and everything is, safe. I'm trying to pick the right words.
Yes.
So if your lips are over your teeth, then there's no risk of teeth catching
Damage.
any skin
Yes.
on the beautiful thingy. Yes, Mandingo.
Mandingo.
Yes, because it's a mandingo,
Yeah,
isn't it?
It is.
So then, and you go down, and so you don't even need oils and whatnot.
It's just natural.
It's just natural. And you see, some men are scared of women sucking the, like the sap. So that also helps.
Okay.
Because I think they're scared, because a lot of men cheat. So the girls, the guys are a bit worried that the girls will bite their balls, which sometimes they should. But
So first I thought it was a mistake. I thought it was a typo because in your Instagram profile you have sex therapist. Never seen that word before. I know you have sex therapist, but you're a sex therapist.
Sex therapist, yes, because that's a sex addict therapist. I made it up.
Yes. Is it a calling, a talent? What is it?
I'm good at my job. I've
Okay.
been married 33 years. Look at the man. The guy is happy. 33 years is a long time. I haven't had to cheat. So, yeah, he knows what he's getting.
What do you know about marriage that a lot of people may not know?
I think marriage is patience, and respect, and especially trust. And there's not a lot of that here. I was counseling so many women on my page and my DM. I'm telling you, I used to get like 30 a day. I still do. And, there's a lot of women who are very lost in their relationships, even when they're having, sorry, I'm going to be a little bit, when they're having problems down there, like maybe with pain or infections, they're not able to tell their husbands or even go to a gynecologist. So then their husbands are demanding sex, and then they're not able to tell them, so they're in pain the next day, and they go off sex very easily. So I had to counsel them a little bit on how to deal with those kind of situations. Honesty is the most important thing. If you're having any issues, speak to him instantly. Don't hold on to it. Women hold on to, the problems that they're having, and that doesn't work. And I think when you start to get lazy, when I say lazy in relationships. Women think, okay, we've got our man, so we don't need to try hard in the bedroom, or even just generally when you wake up in the morning. Just grooming. It's important when you wake up. My mother always used to say, don't leave your bedroom until you're perfectly put together. Don't open your door until you're perfectly put together. So when I wake up in the morning,
what's your
I
routine?
look like I'm walking a catwalk.
Big time.
Well, yes. If I don't have time for my hair, I'll tie it up and I'll wear something that's a little either revealing boobs or legs, so my husband can see, and then
motivation for him to get up.
Yeah. That way when he walks out the door, he's not looking at anybody but me.
Little tricks here and tips and strategies to hold on to your man from Stephanie Benson. Follow her on Instagram.
Another thing, my mom always used to say, when you're tired, use something else. You know, it's like if the vagina is hurting, use the ass. The ass is working.
So options.
Yeah.
Person I've interviewed on this show today, and I know you guys are having fun. Let's switch to other stuff, probably health-wise, and it has to do with boobs. Yes, you're big on boobs.
Boobs?
Yes.
I love boobs. I used to have big boobs, like double Fs. And then cancer came and said, Stephanie, you can't have everything, so let me take that away. So I actually made that decision. I said, please take them away. I want to live. I want to be with my children. I want to be the worst grandmother on this earth. So they took my breast away, which is fine. I'm sitting actually with no nipples, really.
Okay.
I think that one, there's nothing there. And then this one, they tried to reconstruct it, but it didn't really quite work. So it's like a tiny little thing be sitting on. It's quite sad. But look, but I'm happy.
You're happy?
Hey, I mean, when he's touching them, I make the right noises.
And he's motivated.
Yeah, it works. It's like, it's a sound.
Did it traumatize? How did he feel when you took the decision to go and have your breast removed?
Well, when they told me that, you know, I had to undergo surgery or maybe chemotherapy and whatnot, I'm thinking, hey, I mean, why would I want to hold on to it? First of all, my mother died of cancer, breast cancer. She had one breast removed, and she didn't want to take the other one off. So she came back to Ghana and refused to have any chemotherapy and passed away soon after, at the age of 48. I found out I had cancer at 48 as well. So,
were you scared you were going to die?
Me, no. I'm not scared of anything. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not scared of anything. So when they told me, I'm thinking, okay, so what do we do? And the consultant said, well, you have options. We can just go through the processes of having a lumpectomy and then blah, blah, blah.
Take the lump out.
And I say, hey, no, don't worry about it. Just take the breast out. I'm lucky enough to have had 5 children. So I've breastfed them, and my boobs now, they look really good, though. I mean, of course, they're mine. Yeah, I sound so
it's good.
vain. But then, so I told the doctor, hey, just take them off. And he said...
How many years now since they did the operation?
2015.
Okay, so that's 7 years.
Yes, even when I was shooting that video with Samini, I didn't have them. I actually didn't even have breasts. I had the expanders.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is an expander? Educate me.
Expanders is what after you've had your surgery, and they take the fat tissue and the nipples away, they put them in to expand the skin so they can reconstruct.
Okay.
So like really hard, thing. Okay. So I remember when I was lying there, and there's part of the video where I'm lying on the bed and Samini's over me, I was showing him, the scars and because the scars are very, very fresh. And he was actually so cool, and I was showing him what, my breast. He saw my breast.
Cool. Yes, he did.
Yeah. And then I just showed him what was happening there, and we had and he kissed me just to make me feel better.
Did you feel better?
Of course I felt better.
So, but you took your breast off, and it looks like you have breasts.
I know, because they've constructed it with my own tissue.
Where did they take the flesh from?
They took some from a little from my ass.
Around your buttocks, ass, nyash.
Yes.
Yeah, they took some from there.
They took some
so
from my
so they
ass.
reduced your ass. They sacrificed your ass for your boobs. But you look great.
Yeah, I've got ass for boobs.
Stephanie. And so now
if you're kissing my breast,
then you are kissing somebody's ass. I must interview John on this. So beyond that, now you've become like a de facto ambassador.
Ambassador for
breast cancer and awareness?
Oh, I mean, yes, I think I'm self-appointed because
yes.
I counsel a lot of women on my page and outside of my page. I started a group called Circle of Friends, but I was so busy I couldn't keep that up, which is really bad. I need to start that again.
Okay.
And because when they come to me, they're afraid to have the mastectomy, and a lot of them, I can't get them to change their mind because their parents and people say, oh, no, you can't do it, you can't do it.
They want to keep the breast on.
Yes, they want to keep it. It's a vanity. Listen, if I'm sitting here, and a lot of you think I'm one of the most vainest people ever, but
do
I'm
you
not.
care?
No, I don't care. But you see, I'm just thinking, listen, save your life. Your breast it's just a little pleasure. Find another part of your body that makes you feel good. I have lewds, so it's not just my
Where
nipples.
else makes you feel good? Now that you brought it up.
My back, my neck, the folds of my thighs. It feels good, Yeah, massaging my ass is also good. Yes, and finger work and tongue work.
You have options.
There's plenty of options.
Plenty of options. Last question on the boobs, and I won't go there again. What happened to the breasts that were taken off?
Well, I don't know. They probably donated it to a lion or something. They were huge.
Where did it happen? Where did this surgery happen, somebody?
It happened in London.
You donated the breast to a lion.
Yeah, they were big. So it happened in the UK.
What size?
I mean, I had. Sorry.
What size were they?
I was almost double F, I think.
Like a 34, 36?
Big books. Oh, no, I was 32, double F. So, I was small, small back and big breasts.
Did it give you spine problems?
No, never.
Okay.
No, because I work out. So I'm, it's a lot of lazy people who don't, so. I didn't mean that, so I was joking.
How important is exercise to you and well-being, especially in these times where there's a lot of stress going on?
I think it's vital as a woman from a very young age to start some form of exercising, if it's just working out or even lifting light weights. Everybody says weights will give you muscle, so they don't want to use weights. But yes, I used to be Miss Figure 2001. I won Miss Figure in the UK. Imagine, after 5 children, because I wanted to challenge myself. I'm always challenging myself. So I have muscle memory. So when I do lift weights, they come back, Actually, I was doing some handstands with my children the other day, about a month ago, and I damaged my my arm. So I'm struggling to lift it.
Okay.
I'm 54 years old, and a stupid woman wants to do handstands with my kids. So, I mean, I've damaged it. So I haven't worked out for a month, and I put on a bit of weight. But I know me, within 2 weeks, it'll be gone. Yeah, because I love working out. Health is so important. And that's what kept me alive and looking, better than I would have after going through cancer.
How spiritual are you?
Oh, I'm very spiritual. I talk to God all the time. People don't,
What does he say?
He always tells me to be myself, and maybe the devil sneaks in on occasions, but
overhearing the conversation.
Yeah, the devil sometimes tries to come in and say, and occasionally I listen to. But the devil is nice. My devil is a nice devil.
Really?
He's not the mean one.
Okay.
So, I mean, God takes precedence, but sometimes I have to listen to that devil, because that devil has kept my family going.
How?
Because I do some crazy crap with my husband that God will not approve. So sometimes I have to say, God, just go in the cupboard for a little bit.
Let me do my thing.
Let me take the toys out.
Who shoots the videos on Instagram?
I do. I have a clicker.
Okay.
I just have cameras in some parts of the house, in the kitchen and whatnot. So if I walk in a room, I just press the clicker and it starts recording. And I just pick bits. If I put everything on there, you guys will laugh your head off.
It will be too much.
It's too much, because what I do to my husband, that man should be divorcing me.
When was the last time he got angry with you?
John has never been angry with me. No, there was once he got angry. It's a long time ago. I just had my 3rd child. He went away to travel a lot with his work. He didn't ring me on the first day he went away, and he came home after 3 days, because I like that, call me. He didn't call me. So when he came home, I changed the locks. He tried to get in. And,
you changed the locks?
I changed the locks.
Why?
Because he didn't call me when he got to Atlanta.
Why? Are you a control freak?
No, I just think it's respect. If you travel, call me that you're there.
So you changed the locks of the house?
I changed the locks. He was outside the house, and he was knocking to come in, and with the suitcases. And I said, "Oh, let him come in." And he got a bit angry, and so he slept on the roof that evening.
Oh.
We have a roof house. He slept on it.
And then in the morning you let him in?
No. He went to one of our best friend's house, and she came to beg me. And I let him in. I was young. I was a little crazy that way. Sometimes you have to teach them a lesson.
Have you given him?
I gave him great sex the next day, though.
And then he'll forget about everything.
He forgot about everything. He's very.
Have you given him? If you
Oh, John's name is Kepona. Kwabna Pona. Okay, Pona is like self-explanatory.
Okay.
And Kwabna is the day he was
Tuesday.
born.
Okay. All right.
Kwabna Pona. Yeah. Kepona.
Kepona. And what's his when you say Kupona, what does he say?
He loves it. He started calling me Abra. I said, old man. He says Abra.
We're going to take some messages right now from Thelma, and then I'll ask you some random questions. Thelma, any questions for Stephanie?
Lots and lots of comments. Stephanie, I've been following your Facebook and your Instagram pages for the longest time. All my partners know you and they love you, so just FYI. But let's go straight on to your comments. I'm loving Kaf's interview with Stephanie. I wish she came back again. My love to her. This is Trisha. So Trisha is almost about your age, and she's our grandma on the show. You just said you're 54. Like, you're 50. Kaf is 50, by the way, so. Stephanie Benson is one hell of a woman. Every interview with her is quite an experience. I love her confidence. Her hubby is a lucky man. Yao sent us that from Accra. Ricky Kofi is watching us and he's sending us proof that he is. He said, welcome back home. I really want to do a song with her. Togbe Ghana wants to do a song with you, Stephanie. And I'm buzzing on the screen. The evergreen Stephanie Benson. I just love her openness. And those times she appeared on the show Duvet, oh my gosh, she is just sweet. I'm just loving her vibe. So lots of love coming to you from the screen. And Steph, I've always wanted to ask you, do you get the sense that people think because of how you interact with your family on screen, you're less Ghanaian because you live so far away and you have these ideas that some Ghanaian women, at least some, would find quite undoable?
Well, I'm typically Ghanaian. My mother was exactly the same way. My father was exactly the same way. We used to have a lot of fun at home. I was telling people actually on my page that I used to have showers with my father up until I was like 13 years old. So I'm not shy about my body. I feel really comfortable about myself and my body. So I don't really, I think I'm very, very Ghanaian. My husband is a white man. Me, I'm not. My children are also very, very Ghanaian. Everything they do, their behaviors, their attitude. My number 2 is the only one with ass, though. All the others as flat as pancake like me. So, but my boys are definitely Ghanaian men. Yes, it shows in everything.
Say hi to Cameron for me.
Hey, Cameron. Cameron, everybody loves you. Cameron is yes.
I love watching your fitness
Mandingo.
sessions with Cameron. Anytime when Alex is on, because Alex is a pregnant one, she's due in a few weeks. So I really, Lord, I'm so sorry.
No, I love it.
Because I feel like I know some members of your family. So let's get to like the professional work. There's some who think you're a bit vulgar. You're a bit, I don't want to say, like, naughty.
Racy,
naughty,
sexual.
Vulgar, sexual, an addict, rude.
Some would legit not think this is even an appropriate breakfast conversation. How do you deal with these kind of comments when they come to you?
See, the problem is people are not comfortable with talking about sex. And that's why we have so many problems nowadays. Kids are not able to go to their parents when they're having issues at work, at school, with maybe, rape and things that happen in the home.
Right.
So it's important that, we educate our children to understand that sex is not really such a taboo. Okay. So that way they're not in a hurry to have it.
Just be open.
It's open. Because if you keep those kind of things away from the children, it's something you can't touch. With every child, if you say, don't do that, they want to go and do it.
What we don't want to do is not miss the commercial break. So we're going to go for a quick break from Quick Credit. Lending Made Simple. We'll be back with Stephanie Benson live here on #GTV Breakfast, #HeritageGTV. You stay with us.
Tell me, beer. They ma worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. Oh, now Buga, nade.
Senior, name me and you ma cut down my business is a collapse. I'm out of
So take quick credit, Inga.
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Eddie start here, you may be. Who here be seen Eddie a true with you. We are government and a private worker. Who pesika they are till hot so. We are Bosumi Juma. Who here sikadia be been temper so. Quick credit, be more loan. And what you are in kakra. Now, a little second. free loaner, susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBA. The here they say, Ghana card. 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now one hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833.
It's a vibe here with Stephanie Benson live on GTV Breakfast. Listen, if you don't follow her on Instagram, you're missing out on a lot. Okay, so go to Instagram Stephanie Benson live and then just go follow her. Steph, please reveal your random question.
Yes.
Nobody has seen this question before. They're all different questions. Yeah.
Okay, so I open it like this, right? Let me shake it first.
Shake it first. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
The bottom one.
The bottom ones.
All right. So.
Yeah. Read for me. Let's go. Random question.
All right. What are the top 3 qualities that first draw you to someone new?
Okay, top 3 qualities, yeah.
I always look at the package and how, you know the package, right?
Yes.
And how, and his eyes, kind eyes are everything. And the shoes.
Okay, awesome. Pick another one. Package, eyes, shoes. Pest.
Package, eyes, shoes, yes. When they're walking towards you, look at the package. I can't help it, my eyes go there and they What's one guilty pleasure you enjoy too much to give up? Oh, look, kissing.
You enjoy kissing?
I love kissing.
What do you love about kissing?
I don't know, it's the intimacy. I just love taste. Well, I don't know, lip to lip is like a beautiful thing.
Okay, how far do you go?
Well, I mean, if it's somebody I don't know, it's just like a kiss.
But with John?
With John, as far as it needs to go.
As far as it needs to go?
Yes.
We'll leave it there. Take a third one.
Let's go. Okay, cool. What's this one?
Yes.
What are the best and worst sounds in the world? Oh.
Best sound. What's the best sound in the world?
The best sound in the world is a child crying.
Okay.
Or giggling. Not crying, that's the sound of a child.
Giggling, okay.
A baby, I love that. Okay. And the worst sound is, when somebody's eating, they're going.
It's very nice.
Yeah, I just usually want to get up and slap them.
Have you ever before?
I don't do. I've actually gotten up and told them to be, to have some manners.
In a restaurant?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. No. In the restaurant I've done that where I saw some Americans eating with a fork like that. You hold the fork like this, and I was sitting there. It was driving me crazy. I went up and I said, "Can I teach you how to hold this properly?" My husband was sitting there going, "Oh my God, it's Americans."
What did the guy say?
The husband said, "Well, you're trying to teach her." I said, "Yes, I think it's really terrible."
Was the lady who was doing this?
It was the children and the whole family were eating like this, but I went to the child.
Yeah.
They don't know how to use a fork and knife.
Asemaba. Which is the title of your new song?
Oh, the new song that's out is called Asemaba.
Yes. It's a rap, right?
It's a rap, yeah.
Can you remember some of the lines?
Yes, well, of course. I wrote it. The chorus is Asemaba, Asemaba, beti to me. Asemaba, dina professor janunum diakuyo. Asemada dame. Okay, now let me give you the rap.
Let's give you a beat.
Okay, here we go. Abroad Steph did not semaba Ghana foam. Many be na mama Mrs. Cow coin home. Did you think I came to fool or what? My son dear, Uber can't know I school that. Otherwise, me the book will be chowing so. I'm speaking in tongues, bringing out true facts, prepping you for the real stats. Listen, let me break it down to you. You like the hump? You made it on your knees with a rubber dub. Confession on the floor. Your nails still raw. Your mouth so sore. Your lollipop broke. I bet this is. It gets rude out. I can't say it here.
I hear you, Stephanie. What's your message for people watching? It's Heritage Month on GTV. This is the month of our independence. Tell them something for me.
Okay, I want to tell everybody that, listen, I love you guys. Truly. I mean, it's not faking. Even the ones who hate me, it's all good. I love you. I understand. I understand your upbringings and whatnot. But I want to say that please try to be yourself. Don't be too quick to judge. Everybody has a different story, a different life. So just be good to yourselves and nice to people. That's all you need to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Love this interview so much. Want to say happy birthday to you, Professor Kwame Bosyoku, entry 70 today. God bless you all. From all of us here, Maltiti, Thelma, me, Val, who is watching, I'm sure, and enjoying this, and from Stephanie and all our guests, want to say happy day. We'll see you again tomorrow, God willing. God bless.